Labas rytas. Norime Jūs pasveikinti susirinkus jau 8ą kartą į socialinio verslo forumą.
Good morning. We want to welcome you to the event, and now I am giving the floor to my colleague.
Welcome to the 8th, yes, you heard it, the 8th annual Social Enterprise Summit hosted here in Lithuania. And I'm delighted to be here with Monica co-hosting today's event.
Socialinio verslo forumo tikslas šių metų.
Goal of a social forum of this year is to discuss and to present the recommendations provided by OECD. And here we're talking about the format and about 4 areas. That is the legal regulation, the transfer of services, impact measurement, and social investment environment. The forum is taking place, as always, in English and Lithuanian, which means that the forum is being broadcasted in 2 channels, so you have to find the channel that you need. It's very easy to go from one channel to another because there's a provision and an explanation, and you have the possibility to go into another channel. And now we want to encourage you to be very active in this event. It's most important that you ask questions. We always follow, everybody follows, and the operators will transfer the questions to the speakers. And we want to thank the organizers and the partners, because if it were not without them, nothing would have happened. This is Versli Lietuva, good wishes, Geri Norai, and the association. And we extend the gratitude to the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, and the forum is also supported by Pirmas Blinas.
2019 report produced by the OECD. And based on that report, we'll be discussing topics around regulation for social entrepreneurship, the transition of public services for social enterprises, impact measurement, and social finance. There will be simultaneous translation throughout today's forum. So if you're listening to this in English, if you want to switch to Lithuanian, you can do that by clicking on the link in the description box below. Do please, throughout the course of today, contribute questions and comments. We'll be picking them out throughout the course of the day, and then we'll be responding to those questions, putting them to the speakers and panelists throughout, so that you can get some responses. Today's event has been organized by Enterprise Lithuania, Envio Avilis, Catalyst Ventures, Gerinori LT, the Lithuanian Social Enterprise Association, with partners including the Ministry of Social Security and Labor and Pirmas Blinas.
Labai džiaugiamės iš tikrųjų, kad turime nuostabią galimybę.
We are extremely happy that we are having this possibility to meet on an annual basis, and we can go into discussions, and it's been done throughout 8 years. At the beginning, we were talking about what social business is, social enterprise, what is it, and how to encourage such initiatives. Well, today we can talk about very specific measures that could help to create social innovations and help the people who are involved. I'd like to give the floor to the advisor of the Minister of the Innovations, Ieva Kuleškaitė. Good morning. I feel honored to welcome you in attending this forum. It's so nice to see my colleagues from public sector, from NGOs, from experts, and it's so important and nice to see all the people that are doing social and business. And what do we do? Well, now our attention, of course, is focused on managing pandemic, and also this passport of possibilities. And we see that when one day, we speak about support measures and facilitation of quarantine, we see that everything is written up in the media. What does it mean? It means that the possibility to create your welfare is something that, well, calls for support. And what business can offer, and we see that there are many vaccines that were developed very quickly. Everything is rolling out very fast. And of course, that social enterprise is trying to, enterprise companies, they are trying to manage all of this. We are talking about better regulation and better conditions, also to relieve taxation burden so that everybody wins. And also the development of social services, the basket of the services could facilitate and help. And here we have a huge experience. There's Lietuva is very active in this, and there's a guide of transfer of services, talking about Kaunas and Kaišiadorys municipalities. These municipalities are encouraged to give all of this into the hands of businesses, social enterprises. And what is most important is the solution of the problem. And this year, when we talk about the transfer of services, municipalities are involved at a higher level, and they can present themselves, and there's also training for impact management. And the support is important, and the social enterprise and the development of their activities is something which is supported by innovative platform, which makes it possible to register social enterprise. And it's important to have social enterprise idea. Today, we are having very many solutions and decisions, and we have a very high circle of people that are involved. And the best possibility when we talk about social enterprises, about 80% of the people say that it's so important to have social goal or target. And in our country, we see that the employees are getting more active, and there is a huge transformation, and there's motivation of employees, and things are moving very, very well into the future and gathering speed. And I believe that the pandemic will be stopped and curbed. And
They did good simply by doing well. Tai dar kartą norėčiau pasveikinti visus susirinkusius ir ypatingai darančius.
Once again, let me welcome everybody, and I would like to wish you to go into productive discussions.
Thank you, Yeva, for your presentation. And I'm delighted to introduce the first speaker and the first panel session, which is going to be hosted by Director of the Lithuanian Social Enterprise Association, Victoria Bražinaitė. In this particular session, Victoria is going to be discussing the topic of the social entrepreneurship regulation in Lithuania. And it's going to be starting with providing a detailed overview of the definitions in the European Union and which practices and rules we could be applying here in Lithuania. So Victoria, it's a pleasure to see you this morning, and over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I'm really glad to moderate this very important session, because without regulation, without agreeing what we are calling social business, social enterprise, we cannot move forward. So I'm very happy that we have a distinguished list of speakers, our dear partners from European countries. I'm going to present the speakers which we will have today in this session. And I will invite Victor Misiguer, Director of the Social Economy Europe, to have this his floor. So, so the first speaker will be Victor Meseguer, as I have already mentioned, the director of the Social Economy Europe. Secondly, I will invite Inga Juozapavičienė, head of entrepreneurship department and at Versli Lietuva. Also, we will have in this session our important partner from Latvia, Regita Zēla, a director of the Social Business Association in Latvia, with whom we have a lot of cooperation and ongoing consultations and discussions on regular basis. Also, I'm very, very happy to present our another speaker from Nordic Europe. This is Ms. Tove Nordstrom. She's also my colleague from the Swedish Social Enterprise Forum. And we as well are having very tight and warm cooperation with this organization. Also, I'm very, very happy to announce another speaker, Mr. Andrew O'Brien, who is another colleague from the United Kingdom. He's Director of External Affairs of Social Enterprise United Kingdom. And finally, Ms. Marija Stonkienė, the Associate Professor at the Vilnius University Corporate Communication Research Center, will give some overview about situation of definition and its importance and some criteria in Lithuania. So, so we have a great number of speakers. And the first speaker, Mr. Victor, is ready. And so, as I have already mentioned, Victor is presenting Social Economy Europe. This is the organization, is the voice of 2.8 million social economy enterprises and organizations in Europe. And it is a social economy reference point for organizations of social enterprises at the European level. It was created in 2000, and the main purpose was establishing a permanent dialogue between social economy organizations and European institutions. Social Economy Europe is a strategic partner to European institutions and have led on European Union policy on the social economy. Since then, it is since its foundation, Social Economy Europe is a secretariat of the European Parliament's Social Economy Intergroup. Dear Victor, floor is yours. And one little comment, Mr. Meseguer will share with us of his insights about thriving social businesses ecosystems in Europe. And what are the factors, how they define social businesses, how they promote it? Please, Victor.
Thank you very much for inviting me and Social Economy Europe to this event, and very happy to share this moment with you all and to learn also from the social enterprise community and social entrepreneurship community in Lithuania. So I will share a little presentation just to show you what is our conception of social economy in the European Union. What is the definition of social economy in the European Union? Sorry, I will open my presentation just in a second. And I will try to explain in which situation we are right now, what is our understanding of the social economy and social enterprises, and what are the next steps. As the colleague was saying a minute ago, the social economy in Europe, according to the latest data, in the EU 28, so it's still counting the United Kingdom, because this data is from 2018, if I am right. So the UK was still part of the European Union. So in the European Union 28, we have 2.8 million social economy enterprise organizations. They employ 30.6 million people, which is around 6.6% of the working population of the European Union. And the social economy accounts for 8% of the European Union GDP. Beyond employees, beyond these 30.6 million citizens employed by the social economy, the social economy also unites and mobilizes 82.8 million volunteers and 232 million members of cooperatives, mutuals, social enterprises, associations, and similar entities. What is the question of the million? What is the social economy in Europe? Well, the social economy is a diversity of enterprise and organizations, many legal forms which are rooted in the traditions and legal framework of each member state of Europe. For instance, a very well-known form is the cooperative form, which is actually not a form, is a diversity of forms. We have worker-owned cooperatives, so employers-led, employees that together own their enterprises. We have agricultural cooperatives, renewable energy communities, credit unions, ethical banks. We have a diversity of cooperative forms. Then we have associations with economic activity, citizens coming together to achieve common objectives through NGOs, through associations, or even sell products and services in the market, or consume together, buy their food together, or buy other products and services together. So we also have social enterprises, which in some countries is a legal form. It is the case, for instance, in Italy and in the UK. I think it's not called social enterprise, but they all know it as social. Legally, it's not called social enterprise, but it is known in the market as a social enterprise, and many other legal forms. Mutuals, which are very typical in healthcare, so citizens coming together to ensure solidarity-based healthcare for all, and they are also very active in insurance. They represent 30% of Europe's insurance market, foundations, and again, many other legal forms which are specific to each member state of the European Union. What unites this diversity of the social economy? What gives us an identity? Well, values and common characteristics, which are the basis of who we are as social economy. Social economy enterprises always put people first, people and the social objective first. Social economy enterprises are democratically or participatively run. So the governance is democratic. One person, one vote, one member, one vote, one employee, one vote in some cases like worker cooperatives. So people first, democracy at work, democracy at business, and then reinvestment of most profits and surpluses to pursue sustainable development. So the social economy universe goes from the non-for-profit of associations, NGOs, social cooperatives, foundations. So from total reinvestment of profits, not-for-profit doesn't mean that you don't want to make profits. Profits are a means to achieve a collective objective, to achieve a societal objective. If you don't have profits, if you don't earn money in the market by selling services and products, you close your business. So that's important, but our obsession is not maximizing profits. Our obsession is achieving a collective or societal objective. So that's the social economy universe. Enterprises which are not for profit or which reinvest most of their profits in their collective or societal objective. Well, the social economy today in the European Union, and I will be very brief in this, is contributing to many objectives. Is fighting climate change, for instance, through renewable energy cooperatives, or through social enterprises active in the circular economy. So work integration social enterprises, employing vulnerable people that was at risk of exclusion, and that are recycling, reusing, and repairing, and giving a second life to products that used to were abandoned and not having another life, and again, an economic value. We are a leading player in sustainable finance, providing ethical finance, bringing to the need of citizens to wanting to know where is their money, where their money is invested. So ethical banks, credit unions are ensuring that your money is invested in ethical economic projects, in sustainable agriculture, in the real economy, etc., etc. The social economy is a creator by nature of high quality jobs for all. And that's very important, leaving no one behind, making sure, for instance, the work integration social enterprises, that no one is excluded from the labor market, that everyone has an opportunity to contribute to the labor market and to society in general. We offer social protection and universal access to quality social services through associations, through healthcare mutuals, through social cooperatives, a key component of local, regional, and rural development. Social economy enterprises are all over the territories of Europe, and many times active where no one else is active, where there is no any other economic player. There is a social economy business creating jobs and ensuring local development. And it is also a leader, of course, in social innovation and in gender equality. And we have data on that showing that managers in the social economy, managerial positions in the social economy are much more equalitarian than in traditional businesses, which doesn't mean that we have also a lot to do, of course, on this area. This is a collective mission, and everyone has a lot to do on that. Well, at European level, colleagues, we have a big opportunity because after, let's say, more than 8 years of active lobby, advocacy, and campaigning, at the end of this year, at the end of 2021, in November, October, or December, the European Commission will present a public policy for the social economy, a European action plan for the social economy. My organization, Social Economy Europe, has been calling for this European action plan for social economy since the European elections of 2014. In 2018 already, we presented a first proposal of public policy together with the European Parliament Social Economy Intergroup. So 80 members of the European Parliament who work alongside with us to mainstream social economy in EU policy in European Union law. And today this is becoming a reality. This is becoming a reality because last year, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, requested to Commissioner Schmidt to elaborate this action plan for the social economy. So this now is a reality. And this year, together with our 17 members and with 4 external partners, we have presented again a new policy paper, a new proposal of public policy. And I will let you know what are our main calls to the European Commission. What are we expecting from this public policy, from this big opportunity for the social economy to grow all over Europe? We are asking the European Union to deliver a common understanding of the social economy in Europe. So basically what we are saying to the EU is there are many member states, many local authorities, many regional authorities that want to develop legal frameworks or public policies to support social economy entrepreneurship. And they need guidance. They need your support. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's not start from scratch. The European Union is a leader on social economy. We have a very dynamic social economy community in Europe. So let's learn from each other. Let's share experiences. Let's share knowledge about how to better promote the diversity of social economy enterprises. So that's point number 1, accompanying public authorities in supporting legal frameworks and policy frameworks for the social economy. Point number 2 is visibility. Citizens and entrepreneurs all over the European Union need to know that there is more than one form of doing businesses, more than one way of doing businesses. All of them are legitimate. The traditional business models and also these more new and innovative business models in which profits are a means, in which maximizing profits is not the obsession, but contributing to a social, societal, collective objective is the main goal. So we want a European visibility campaign on social economy. We are asking to create a single platform, a single digital platform to support social economy entrepreneurs all over the European Union, so that in one website of the European Commission, you will have access to all funding opportunities, financial instruments, legal frameworks from different countries, studies, and so on and so forth. And we are asking the European Union to nominate on a yearly basis a European capital of social economy and social innovation. It has been done before by member states. By now, we want to internalize that the European Commission internalizes this process. Then, of course, we want to improve access to finance for social economy enterprises, finance and EU funding. And we have big opportunities with the Next Generation EU and the National Recovery and Resilience Plans. We have big opportunities with the new European Social Fund Plus, with the European Regional Development Fund, with Horizon Europe, and also very important with the InvestEU, which is the big investment facility of the European Union, and that has social economy as one of its 4 priorities. So that's very important. And we are asking the European Union to make sure that this promise becomes a reality, that the offer and the demands met, that we provide capacity building to entrepreneurs that want to access EU funding and EU finance, and that social economy also participates in the governance of these financial instruments and funds. So that's our work. Make sure that the promise, it's not only a promise, but becomes a reality available for all social economy entrepreneurs across the European Union. Boost access to markets. It's another of our proposals. And when we talk about accessing markets, we talk about socially responsible public procurement, something very important for the social economy, dividing contracts into lots, making price not the only consideration, but just one of them, alongside with social and environmental considerations, and also helping social economy entrepreneurs and social economy enterprises to grow all over Europe. I know that I guess that most of the social economy enterprises in your country, like in mine, are small, very small and medium-sized enterprises. But at some moment we can grow, we can internationalize, we can build alliances, and we can operate cross-border in the internal market. And for that, we need to ensure that there is a level playing field for all enterprises in Europe's internal market, in Europe's single market. Then we are also asking to promote social economy at global level as a driver for the achievement and the implementation of the SDGs, promoting social economy entrepreneurship in areas like Africa, for instance, or the Western Balkans, where social economy entrepreneurship, collective entrepreneurship can be a driver of sustainable development. So through the external action of the European Union and through our neighborhood policy, we should be promoting social economy in the EU, but also beyond the European Union. Of course, I said before, social economy in Europe, according to the latest EU data, employs 30.6 million people. So we should be treated as an employer in the social dialogue. We should participate in social dialogue alongside with the other social partners. And then the most important point for any public policy, which is coordination, implementation, and follow-up. Promoting social economy, it's not a one-shot, cannot be a decision one day of the European institutions. As it happens with SMEs, as it happens with the disability strategy in the European Union, the efforts to promote social economy businesses need to be constant, permanent. We need a strategy with a time frame. In our case, we are proposing a 5-year horizon, 5 years to implement all these actions, and that is renewed after that. We need intersectoriality. It's not only one department, one directorate general that can support social economy enterprises, because social economy enterprises are everywhere, in agriculture, in environment, in energy production, in retail, in circular economy, we are in banking, we are everywhere. So we need coordination between the different directorate generals of the European Commission. And just a couple of remarks. Last year, and this is very important, in December last year, the Toledo Declaration on Social Economy, promoted by the government of Spain, was approved by 19 European member states. So 70% of all the countries of the European Union, which shows a great support from every country, from almost all the countries of Europe, to the development of social economy. What should be our big objectives? Why we need social enterprises? We need social economy enterprises to contribute to the objectives of the social pillar, making sure that everyone has a job, that no one is left behind. We cannot allow people with disabilities, people which have had problems in their life, people, diversity, migrants. We cannot allow a society which excludes. We need a society which includes everyone, and social economy is the vehicle to ensure that, and to empower communities and to empower everyone. We need to reduce poverty, and we need to do it through the social economy. The objective is to reduce poverty in 15 million people in the European Union by 2030. And we need to ensure that we have the training and we have the means as employees also to face the green transition and the digital transition, which we are currently collectively facing, to which I will add another transition, which is the demographic transition. So these three challenges: digitalization, climate neutrality, and and demographic change require training, require collective intelligence, require adaptation, also from our side. And just an example of 3 public policies which are very important for the social economy. France, for instance, has a framework law for social economy. It is the same case in Spain, but also in Portugal, but also in Romania, but also in other countries of the world, as Mexico or Canada, which have framework laws for the social economy. And then we have the Canadian Social Economy Action Plan of Quebec region, which is a very important one with adequate funding, a very good budget, and which is automatically renewed every 5 years. A very inspiring and interesting public policy to promote social economy. And then in Spain, which is a country which has also a very dynamic social economy, which is 10% of the GDP and 10% of all enterprises, all the level of administrations from the national level to the regional level have social economy strategies to promote social economy entrepreneurship. So that's all from my side. I hope it was short and clear. Thank you very much, and happy to continue sharing this morning with you.
Thank you, Victor, so much. What excites us that European Union has an ambitious plan to push forward this sector, and this sounds really, really good. And in Davos, couple months ago, leaders first session was about how to unlock potential of social enterprises, and the main argument is in the last 2 financial crises, the social economy outperformed other industry sectors and generated up to 12% of jobs, while also advancing key societal issues. And they were discussing how they can promote, unlock, and push it forward. And thank you so much for such an positive and optimistic presentation about plans. And also we were following this, and we saw European leaders discussing about how is important while tackling social crisis, while building resilience of societies, while thinking about recovery of economies. So important to not leave behind people, some remote regions, and about inclusion, and about using technologies and innovations for tackling problems, various. And I have one little question from your perspective, from your rich experience. What do you think are the main factors for successful and thriving ecosystem? Why I'm asking this question? Because Lithuania is early stage ecosystem, and the definition is still forming, and promotion programs still forming. So what we can learn from some leaders like UK, the Netherlands, Canada is my favorite also country. What do you think?
Well, there are a diversity of factors. So I will share some personal opinions, and thank you very much for the question. I think that the first thing is not losing time in battles. I said before, the social economy is about diversity. The social economy is not one single answer. It's not one single legal form. It can be one single legal form if you only have one in your country, but there is room for more. It's always about diversity. I guess that as every country in the European Union, you have a striving and dynamic civil society. You have a strong associative movement. I am sure of that. Maybe you have some newer social enterprises which have been created, inspired by mostly all the developments across the European Union and in the world in general. And then there are other, maybe more traditional legal forms that also exist in your country. So social economy is not one single answer, it's a diversity of answers. It's a diversity of factors which share values. It's an alliance of different people sharing values and representing another way of doing businesses. A way of businesses that puts people first, a way of businesses which is democratic and people-led, people-driven, and a way of business in which, again, profits are not an end in itself, but a means. That's our main difference with traditional businesses. It's not that traditional businesses are bad. It's not that we have the monopoly of social. There is room for everyone. There is room for diversity. We just have an identity which is clear and which enriches, make our economies and our markets richer. So that's what we should know: identity, diversity. So what are the main factors? First of all, we need, of course, always in the history of social economy, we have had, and the UK is a very good example of that, we have had pioneers. So that's point number one. The crazy people, to a certain extent, which are going in a direction. You're saying now that is the direction, to a certain extent, is a direction of the wind, because now we all know that we need to reduce inequalities. We all know that we need more cohesive societies. We all know that, I mean, Davos knows about that. The International Monetary Fund knows about that. But in any case, we're still crazy. We are still doing things in another way. So first of all, the pioneers. Second, very important, union. We are smaller. We are less than traditional businesses. So we need to stick together. That's very important. And to build alliances. And to have a strong representative and support organizations. To create together our common house. That's very important. And why do we need our common house? We need our common house to have a strong voice, to take care of each other and to protect each other, but also to continue spreading the message, to support new entrepreneurs. We need a support center for new social economy entrepreneurs. And this, we achieve it by working together. So a place where any other crazy person that wants to start a social economy business can go and be supported from his idea or her idea till the realization of the idea into a business project. And then, so first of all is on our side, and then we need the support of public administrations. And of course, we need good legal frameworks. And for that, my suggestion will be, let's never copy what others do. Exactly. Let's adapt what others do to our reality and to our concrete needs. But let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's read everything. Then we will do something for us. Then you will build a solution for your Lithuanian social enterprise community or social economy community. But isolation, but I mean, others can show us the path of what has been done before, mistakes that were committed before, and successes that were committed before. So read what happens in the UK. A session like today is very important. What happens in the UK with social enterprises, what happens in France with social enterprises and social economy enterprises, in Italy, where social enterprises and social cooperatives are super important, and so on and so forth. And that's quite important. And that's it. So first of all, let's stick together, let's cooperate, let's unite. And second, let's go together, knock the door of policymakers and ask for their support on an intelligent way. Let's try to learn from the mistakes that others did, to do it better, to not repeat them, and to have a good policy framework that helps us continue developing the social economy. We need to work in partnership with public administrations because we are contributing to social objectives. We are creating jobs for all. We are creating local development. We are creating new enterprises. So supporting the social economy is an investment for a more dynamic economy and a better society.
Thank you, Victor, so much. And we're looking forward to work with you in pursue this on European level as well on national level. And yes, you're right. In Lithuania, from long time, from pre-war time, civil society is very strong. That's why we one of the first countries gained independence from the Soviet time. So yeah, we have strong stamina for this social justice and putting people first in our society. Thank you so much. Let's look for each other's back and cooperate and create a stronger community. And I would like to invite our second speaker, Inga Jozapavičienė. She has more than 15 years of experience in legal and managerial positions, working with the topics of risk groups and social well-being. Has law and MBA in entrepreneurship studies, which gave her the ability to see strategic planning and practical implementation from different angles. She sees the long-term perspective, benefit, and daily needs of the social enterprise. Her biggest passion is to promote entrepreneurship and help this wave who create the good for themselves and the society. And also, I would like to add one comment that Inga and Versli Lietuva is, yes, leading public institution for promoting social entrepreneurship and our great partner. So Inga, thank you for everything what you are doing, and floor is yours. And by the way, a short comment that Inga will review the situation in Lithuania as it is now and what are challenges, and she will present what is being done in the field of promoting social entrepreneurship. Inga, please.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Hello to everyone. First of all, I would like to say hello to every delighted speaker of this wonderful and very important panel. So I'm saying hello. And at the same time, I would like to apologize because I am going to switch into Lithuanian. So sorry for that, but I hope that you could use a possibility of provided translation, and you will hear my thoughts about where we are standing now with our social entrepreneurship. So if not, I have to promise you to invite you for online coffee to share my thoughts in case you don't have a possibility to hear a translation. Taigi, aš sakau laba diena visiems mūsų socialinio forumo žiūrovams.
Say hello to everybody. And first of all, I want to say that I'm going to talk about very many important things, but let's say thank you to all the partners. And this forum is really wonderful event, and thanks to go to everybody who are connected, and you make us develop and grow and develop things which are important for you and for all society and community. And I want to thank you for never stopping and going on. And it's so important that everything that was presented by the previous speaker, well, we would like to have more pioneers, and then we would feel stronger when we are together. So I believe that those references that you are listening to, and if you want to listen to the original, so it's up to you to choose Lithuanian or English channel, to make it clear. So what are we talking about today? In the beginning, Monica mentioned that it's 8 years when we are organizing this wonderful event, the social enterprise forum. And 8 years, what is it? And it seems that we are in the second grade in the school, and well, one challenge has been overcome, but there are so many challenges, and we have to learn so many things, so that this last bell is really successful. And we have to never stop in our small market. We have to talk about the creation of social enterprises and the development of them. And this is a very huge challenge in our future. When I look from this perspective, let me talk about a few things. First of all, context. And OECD, these four letters will be mentioned by me. So we're talking about the European economic, that is about OECD recommendations for Lithuania. And we have to look at those recommendations and scrutinize them. And I believe that in all the presentations, this will be touched upon. Now talking about recommendations and about the context where we are acting, and where all those public relations are taking place. We want to regulate them, of course. We say that we want to do this, but or maybe nothing is happening because the environment is not really favorable to do things or to develop the relations. Or maybe it's both. Maybe we need the time and we have to move forward. So I will be talking about a few things or topics, and everything is possible to resolve, everywhere we can find a possibility or possibilities. Okay. Now let's look at this. And previous speaker was speaking about long-term strategic plans, and we have to know where the wind blows and where we might find ourselves. So when we look at national strategic documents 2030, this date is our commitment for what is not effective, what is provided by public sector has to go into the hands of those who know how to work and how important it is to do this effectively and efficiently. So before 2020, we had a wonderful goal to transfer at least 15% of the services to social enterprise and non-government sector, but we failed, and there are many reasons to this, and these reasons should be also to be talked about, so that the next date will make us be happy about the results. Why do I talk about public services and the transfer of these services? Social enterprise, with the one that solves social problems. The market is very important, and very often public sector, as the body that buys an impact, is our client. Somebody says, well, we have ideas and we could resolve social problem, and this could be a sustainable model, but nobody will buy it because public sector is not interested in innovative solutions to solve problems. On the other hand, if we talk to public sector would say, oh, excuse me, but we would like to solve problems in a different way, but we cannot do this because there's nobody to provide such services or provide innovative solutions. And then we are locked in a vicious circle. Well, it's difficult to get out, but if we look at the Lithuanian situation, OECD says that there are things that can be corrected. And first of all, we have to resolve one very important question. We have to understand what social enterprise is. And we have to make it possible for our society to understand it, because very often we say that social enterprise and the social companies, even if they try to work, well, we have to differentiate between these two. And what is the social enterprise, which means that the definition is not quite clear. And if somebody thinks, oh, and why do we need this? Yeah, we could discuss on this issue also. We also speak and say that public services should be given into the hands of others, but the system of public procurement is not the best. for this to happen, and we still lack the knowledge about impact, importance of impact, and we don't know how to measure, or we do at least not enough of that, and also access to finances is a huge challenge. Like everywhere in the business, this applies also to other businesses. So we don't have too many social enterprises. We are early beginners. You can't say that nothing is being done, but we also cannot say that we would be happy with what is being done. So we would like to see more social enterprises, and this process is too slow, but I believe that there will be changes in this field, because this is the priority of the current government, and it is on the priority list. So our expectation is huge. I'm talking about transfer of public services, and we still don't know where is this place of social enterprise in social economy. And well, sometimes, of course, we have to talk about money and about numbers. So if we transfer public services to the private sector, non-governmental sector, private sector, etc. So there would be about 200 million euros in their turnover, and this would be this huge potential. And we're not talking about the money only. Well, we're talking about catalyst for the development of social enterprise. And it could be the first wave when on the level of all of the country, quality provision of services would be given, and there would be services that would be transferred. We see many challenges today. Some people have already mentioned that there are very good and brave municipalities, and they go and do this, and they want the the quality of services be much better. And now we see that more and more municipalities are getting involved. It's not easy, and they cannot promise fast result. We have to understand that something that you create and that has long-term value needs time, and these who will start this, and well, they will be very important when we talk about 2020, 2030, and also the capabilities of competences are not here, but we also have to go deeper into development of the competences, and together with you, not only during the social forum, we have to raise the awareness of our society. Everybody has to be acquainted with the value of this, and we can move forward.
Tai o ką daryti, kai tu nori labai daug
So what should be done when you want to train and provide training to as many social enterprises as possible? And I'm talking about such topics as social impact, social impact procurement, social impact bonds, etc. But we do not have time just to go deeper, but I invite you to share, to join our platform, and we can talk about it later on. Because if you have some ideas, if you can generate ideas, and you think it could become a social enterprise, you're most welcome to share that insight with us. And yes, when we're talking about social enterprises, it's we we have to address the social investment fund. And we had, let's say, the project with our just wonderful partners. We couldn't have accomplished so much, but for their contribution. Many thanks go to them, because it's mutual cooperation and collaboration, and it's becoming closer and closer. And we also encourage municipalities to transfer the public services. So we think that transition of public services is most important. We have to seek better, more innovative solutions aimed at social economy. And so many ideas are generated via the establishment of social enterprises, something that could really address the gaps in our society. And we in the end of the following year, will sort of complete the projects. We have been funding about 30 in social enterprises. And OECD, I mentioned that at the beginning of our presentation, but what are the recommendations of OECD or for Lithuania? And so the recommendations, I would call them choices or options. We have been talking about the problems that still hurt us, and we have our vision as to what could and should be changed. We want the outcomes, I want better legal regulation. And here, well, as you see, just look around. Yeah, social enterprises keep being established, which is a good sign. And OECD report and recommendations also, yeah, they mentioned that we have at least the very beginnings, but the very just agreement or consensus as to what we mean by social enterprise is not probably enough. Social enterprise should be regarded as the catalyst, the main driver towards social economy. But meaning out of the three elements identified in those recommendations, all of them are of equal importance. We don't yet understand probably in Lithuania what's the legal status of social enterprise is. So how can investors take the decision to invest in them? And well, they need more knowledge as to what we mean by social enterprise. This is just one example. And what are the factors leading to success? And it's entrepreneurship, it's social value creation, and it's also proper or adequate governance or management. So the recommendation of OECD state that Lithuania has to adopt the official definition of social enterprise, taking into consideration the international standards. And also Lithuania has to adopt a national strategy of developing social enterprise. These are the main recommendations. And yes, on the right, once again, we see a breakdown of all of those recommendations, meaning these the factors which might lead to or should lead to success. And the very rudiments, the necessary actions towards if you want to achieve success. And they're very simple, by the way. Yes, once again, it's what is so complicated about entrepreneurship, about social value, about adequate or proper management. What do we mean by entrepreneurship? It means that, yes, we have to talk about functioning under market conditions, about some commercial activity. And again, this is probably self-explanatory. It's kind of, yes, business. We have to look for our clients. We have to try to sell our goods, services, whatever. And this is my function. and we cannot escape reality, which means that we have to both create and measure social value, and we have to improve the visibility of social value. And when we talk about accountability, about transparency, first of all, let's think of our target groups, the most disadvantaged groups. So about reinvesting, if we generate some income and profit, then we should be interested in reinvesting that profit or the income into some other activities, creating even more profit. And of course, measuring social impact is very, very important, because social impact is our mission, ultimate goal. And why don't we invite volunteers to join us? And again, nothing too complicated. And of course, the question is, does the profit and revenue, does the profit have to be generated from real commercial activity? We have to define, I think, as to what share of profit, what percentage should be reinvested. And many other things, I think, need to be agreed upon. Therefore, I think that's what I said. This slide is about our choices, because our choices determine the consequences and the outcomes of our activities. And we have to know what we want, what we seek to accomplish. And after legal regulation, meaning we have to make sure that we don't close the doors towards further growth of our social enterprises. I really am looking forward to the discussions. Let's not forget that all of us create these changes together. And I am going to join your summit in the afternoon, so I'm looking forward to the discussions. And yes, thank you for listening.
And I would like to invite Ms. Regita Zeila, who is a director of the Social Business Association in Latvia. She will present us situation in Latvia. As you may know, that Latvia has passed a social business law 2 years ago, and it's been 2 years already. And Regita will look into what are the main takeaways, lessons learned, and what would they do differently. And also it will be helpful for us to know how you define and regulate social business in Latvia, and what are the main criteria for obtaining social enterprise status in your country. And Regita, the association in Latvia is a members organization to promote the development of social entrepreneurship in Latvia. And your association operates in 3 main directions: advocacy of interests, secondly, capacity building for members, and informing the society about social entrepreneurship. Regita, floor is yours.
Yes, hello everyone. Good morning from Latvia. I'm really happy to join this conversation, and really interesting to hear the situation in Lithuania, because actually I do hear a lot of very valuable insights about your choices. And the last slide that Inga showed, I think that we are still in the discussion on whether we have agreed on the right path or not. And I think it's really valuable about many things that you have already mentioned, and we are in this phase when we are still seeing like maybe we should change our legislation and maybe to change it on to the one way or the other. So I'm really happy to share our lessons learned and where we are. But of course, like our situation might differ from yours. But let's see what you can learn from us. And today I'm really happy to represent Social Entrepreneurship Association of Latvia. And as Victoria already mentioned, we are a platform organization driving the social entrepreneurship here in Latvia. And today I will give a short intro about the definition, about how it's regulated, what are the criteria, so a bit more about the legal perspective, and then in the end some lessons learned already. So social entrepreneurship in Latvia. Actually, we are in a really similar situation to Lithuania, because social entrepreneurship here in Latvia also started from the NGOs, and there has been a growing interest on regulating it. But we've been a step further and have already established the social enterprise law. And actually, it's already 3 years since it has been adopted, because it has been adopted in 2018. And I would say that it's still an experimentation phase. We are still trying to understand whether it's working right or not, and what would be the steps taken now. But it's really good because like we are adjusting it, looking on a situation. So it's good to have it. But of course, the social entrepreneurship is much wider than the social enterprise law, because right now we have approximately 180 social enterprises registered, but there are a lot more social entrepreneurs who are working still in the NGO form or as a limited liability companies, and still doing their right cause and bringing this change. And but we can see here in Latvia that interest is huge. Everybody is really interested in social entrepreneurship, how it is developing, because I mean that the notion of social entrepreneurship is very sexy, as you might know, and everybody loves social entrepreneurs. And I think we are in the right moment in terms of what Victor said in the beginning about social economy plan, and we can see that there's this huge movement, and we are on this drive of change in Europe and in the whole world. And that's why I think it's good to be in this place and to already have something that we can put forward, and to have this definition, because there's growing visibility. We can see that everybody's interested. The media are very interested in those stories, and the visibility of social entrepreneurs is growing. But of course, it's the question about social impact, and how do we together can measure it, and how can we advocate for social entrepreneurs and their social impact. So the concept of social enterprise, as I mentioned, it is put forward in the social enterprise law. And the law states that social enterprise is a limited liability company. So it says that it's only business, and it should be primary a business with a social goal. And this is a specific status that is acquired by a limited liability company. So basically, for example, if it starts as an NGO should register a limited liability company, which then acquires this status. So basically, the status is like a hat. You can put it on your head, or you can just you can also get rid of the status, or the status can be cancelled for you. But basically, the definition is that social enterprise is a limited liability company which has a social enterprise status, and which conducts an economic activity that creates a positive social impact. So basically, our definition combines the positive social impact, economic activity, and one of the criteria is also the democratic participatory criteria. So basically, we have all of those three main dimensions, which are in the European definition, but put in this context. And our law also gives examples. So basically, we have in our law put forward some examples what social entrepreneurs are doing. For example, provision of social services, formation of an inclusive civil society, promotion of education, support for science, protection and preservation of the environment, animal protection, or ensuring of cultural diversity. And those are only examples. You can do also many other things, because we haven't restricted what exactly social enterprises need to do, but it's more as a framework in which you're working, but you should be a business with the social aim put forward. And it was adopted on 1st of April in 2018. The responsible institution in Latvia is the welfare ministry, and the social enterprise status is given by a special commission formed by a welfare ministry, which consists half of the persons are from ministries and half are from NGOs. So basically, NGOs have the say which companies acquire this status. So basically, which companies are having the social aim and also this business part. And this, as I mentioned, this law, it puts forward what is a social enterprise, but not social entrepreneurship as a field. So basically, we still have the possibility and we still have an opportunity to talk about social entrepreneurship as a wider concept, which has all of those different forms in which social entrepreneurs are working. But this law is only for social enterprises. And also, as an add-on to this law, is a specific regulation regarding the target groups. We are talking about certain target groups in terms of work integration social enterprises, because it's one of the ways how social enterprises are working. Because our law, basically now we have changes in the law, and it will state that social enterprises have 3 ways of operating. First is WISE, so work integration social enterprise. The second one is providing services or creating products for a certain group of society. And the third one is wider questions like a protection of nature or culture diversity or other similar ways of working. But for work integration social enterprises, we have a certain regulation which states who are the target groups to be involved and integrated in the work. And if it's a work integration social enterprise, it should employ at least 50% of its workers from those target groups. And that's why we have stated who are those target groups. And of course, those are like the groups at risk of social exclusion. And they are put forward. And of course, it requires also some justification if this person is from that group or not. And it should be like, again, the main aim of the company to integrate those certain social groups. So the requirements to acquire this social enterprise status is that limited liability company has its social goal as the only and primary goal stated already in the company bylaws. So basically, in the main document of the company, it should be stated what is the social goal of the company, and it should of course reflect all of the things that social enterprises wants to achieve. Then second of all, all of the owners should have agreed that yes, we are going this way and we want to acquire the social enterprise status, because the status is for all of the company's activities, not only for some part of it. And that's why all of the owners need to agree on that. Third of all, profits cannot be distributed. So basically, all of the profits should be reinvested in the company or put forward for the social goal. So basically, no dividends are there for the owners, and that's why it's a decision for them. And also, one of the criteria to acquire social enterprise status is that the company needs to have paid employees, and that's the criteria for that. It's not only idea; it already is doing something, and it also already has this economic activity and can employ somebody. And it's important because that we are not giving the social enterprise status only for the idea, but already for something that that the company is doing. And fifth criteria is, as I already mentioned, democratic governance. So basically, the company should include the target group or the social group that the company is working with into the company. So basically, to govern the company democratically, to have it into their structure, also as a decision makers. Those are the requirements to acquire the status. Of course, there is another papers to be filled in to acquire the status, where you put forward certain things that you are going to do on a yearly basis. So basically, you need to have at least 3 different goals for the year, which you as a social enterprise will do to acquire your social goal. And then you need to more describe the social issue that you are dealing with. You need to more describe the activities that you already have done, what's the history of your enterprise, and many other things. So it's a quite tough procedure to go through, but of course it's very needed to really understand who can have the status of social enterprise. So what are the benefits? The benefits are that certain expenses are not included in the base taxable with the enterprise income tax. So basically, there are more things that you can have. So basically, it's quite a small amount of a tax initiative, but it is there. There is the right to involve volunteers. And it's important because usually companies and limited liability companies cannot have volunteers, but social entrepreneurs can have them. The right to receive donations and gifts. And then our law has given more possibilities for municipalities to help social entrepreneurs. So basically, it gives a right for the municipality to help social entrepreneurs more as a usual companies. So municipalities have the right to support social enterprises if they choose so. So basically, they can give a reduced real estate tax and have other support instruments, grant programs, and other support mechanisms. So basically, our law kind of opens the gate for the municipalities to create those local support mechanisms for social entrepreneurs to thrive. And then, of course, there is this right to participate in the privileged procurement procedure. It hasn't been used throughout those 3 years, but it's a great possibility put into the law. And once it will be a bigger thing here in Latvia, I think it will be important that it is in this law. And lastly, the biggest benefit for those 3 years has been that there has been an European Social Fund investment project, which has been an investment grant, 90% grant granted for social enterprises, and it has ranged from 5,000 to 50,000 euro for each. And as for now, there are if I'm not wrong, more than 150 grants put forward. So those are like the main benefits that you get if you have this social enterprise status. The restrictions are that social entrepreneurs cannot distribute profit earned in any reporting year as a dividend. The property and financial means should be used only for the social goal defined in the articles. And the social enterprise cannot do transactions in securities or immovable property, and to operate in such areas as trade of explosives and other spheres that are posing a threat to public health and safety, and to issue loans. And those are like the main things that social enterprise cannot do. And of course, social enterprises also each year they need to also give the documentation and to show their social impact for the welfare ministry, because each year the status is again looked through, like whether you have achieved your goals, whether you have done the things that you have promised, and whether you still will have this social enterprise status for the next year. And again, you put forward next goals for the next year. So the statistics show that there are 183 active social enterprises and already 16 inactive social enterprises, and 118 financial grants put forward. So it was 118, not 150, as I mentioned previously. And the statistics show that that right now the 27% of social enterprises are working in work integration, and follows education, sport, recreation, medicine, civil society, culture, support to the target groups, social services, environmental issues, and other social causes that social entrepreneurs are working for. As for the statistics for regions of Latvia, unfortunately, but of course it's logical that most of the activity is in Riga and next to the Riga, and then in the regions of Latvia, the registered social entrepreneurs is a smaller amount. So, for example, only 4% are registered in Latgale, which is economically the lowest region in the eastern part of Latvia. The main takeaways, as for now, after those 3 years, has been that the common definition is very needed. We really needed this common definition to get starting, and it's a good platform to start off the discussion and gather interest. And it's important that we have it, and it's a good start. Of course, the ministry responsible for the development drives how the social entrepreneurship is seen and developed. And in Latvia, it's a Ministry of Welfare in Latvia, and we see that their priority is involvement of target groups, and it's only logical that they will think more about the support instruments for the involvement of those target groups, and maybe less about those who are more driving the economic activity and less involvement of target groups. What we have understood that the development of social entrepreneurs follows the economic and civic activity. And of course, as I mentioned before, it's only logical that in the capital city, the most of the social entrepreneurs are registered officially, but of course, more unofficial social entrepreneurs are in the regions. Many de facto social entrepreneurs are still working as an NGOs or limited liability companies because they do not see benefits nor need to acquire the social enterprise status. And that's why I already mentioned that social entrepreneurship as a wider concept unites more organization. And it's okay, and it's totally fine because the law is still new, and it's still something that we need to work on to really create those benefits for social enterprises. But yeah, as I mentioned, the number of official social enterprises is still low, and it is expected to lower as the investment program will end. And of course, social enterprises are still rather small and rather local. And of course, we need to think about those benefits versus restrictions. So what social enterprises get if they register for this? Of course, like if we need that and if we want to think about that. But of course, we see that there's a need of building strategic partnerships and bringing awareness to all range of stakeholders. But because it is still new, it's still fresh, and there is a really big need of united platform that brings stakeholders together. And that's why it's really important to have those associations, meeting places, platforms that are bringing everybody together for the common cause. But what we can see here from the wider public is that the stereotype of social enterprises being only the work integration social enterprises still prevails. It's still there, and we need to work with that. But of course, the work integration social enterprises are the ones that it's the most easiest concept to see and to understand the social impact created. We understand that investments are still very needed, both from public and from the private side. And what we have seen with this European Social Fund funding and investments is that interesting funding kind of distorts the social entrepreneurship area, because we see that there are many travelers here only for funding, that basically they are fake social, not maybe fake, but basically they are here only to get the funding, and maybe they are not here for the idea and for the social enterprise concept as such. And what is really important is the social impact measurement, because we see that it's hard to measure and communicate the overall social impact created, because social enterprises are so different and there is no united measurement system, and kind of lack of motivation for social entrepreneurs to do it. But of course, for us, we really need to have those things in mind, and high expectations from all sides. Everybody kind of waits for the results, but it's still something new, because we are still in this experimentation phase and the conclusions are still early to be made. Those are the main takeaways for us.
Thank you so much, Regita. And we will move to another speaker, since we still have 3 of them and half an hour left. In case someone has questions, they can ask on YouTube. So I would like to invite our dear partner, Tove Nordström, Executive Director of Swedish Social Enterprise Forum. She will share with us situation in Sweden and how they define and regulate social, some of insights how you regulate and define social enterprises, what are main criteria, features, and what is situation about consensus in your country in this field. Dear Tove, floor is yours.
Thank you. I will share.
Galit mane dar biškį pajungti, aš pasakysiu kiek.
And I hope you can see and hear me, and see the slides. Well, thanks, Victoria, and thanks for having me. As she just said, I'm Tove Nordström, and I'm the Executive Director of Social Entrepreneurship Forum in Sweden. And I've been working for SE Forum over the last sort of 4 years since moving back to Sweden. And before that, I lived in London for 13 years, where I worked in communications, but with a focus on sustainability and social entrepreneurship. So my clients were sort of charities and responsible businesses and social enterprises and players in the sort of social investment.
Ir taip pat investavimą. Mano dėmesio centre yra antreprenerystė, verslumas, ir aš Stokholme dirbau taip pat. Ir mes esame nepelno siekiantys ir mes palaikome verslius asmenis, įvairiausius tinklus kuriame, užsiimame tinklaveiką ir taip pat mes dirbame tarptautiniu mastu ir tik šalies mastu vykdome programas, ir dabar mes, sakyčiau, aktyviai rūpinamės ekosistema, taip pat verslumu, ir mes tokios kaip palaikome, žinoma, tai ir prisideda kitos organizacijos, labai aktyviai prisideda, ir vykdome projektus su kitais partneriais, įvairius, vėlgi tinklaveika, bendradarbiavimas, pagalbos teikimas. Ir aš truputėlį norėčiau pakalbėti apie situaciją Švedijoje ir kur mes dabar esame. Ir aš norėčiau pasakyti, kad apie 30 metų jau įvystosi šitą idėją ir prasidėjo Europos Sąjungoje praėjusiam dešimtmetyje. Ir terminologija, kuri buvo naudojama tada.
Such as the sort of English social economy and the French économie sociale. So this then meant that the translation into Swedish then focused on the word social, which in Sweden has a much sort of stronger focus on purely social aspects, I would say, rather than a more sort of holistic societal perspective. And this has meant that social entrepreneurship in Sweden has very much focused on the sort of social aspects and supporting the social sector and working with socially vulnerable people, for example. And in terms of social entrepreneurship, this has meant a very strong focus on, and as Brigitta was saying in Latvia as well, a very strong focus on the work integrating social entrepreneurs, social enterprises that are sort of working to provide training and employment to people that are far away from the job market. But the topic of definitions in Sweden has therefore for many years instead sort of mainly focused on how to define work integrating social enterprises rather than the sort of broader aspect of social enterprises. And that discussion has focused on sort of specific issues around governance and what an enterprise does with its profit, for example. And I would also say that this has happened at the same time as the sort of privatization of the public sector in Sweden, which has also then sort of stirred up a wider discussion on what actors are sort of allowed or should be carrying out social work and what kind of money organizations like that are supposed to or could be sort of allowed to make. And this is my opinion, but I would say that we've sort of unfortunately seen a bit too much of this process maybe being sort of hijacked by venture capitalists looking to make money on state-funded services rather than sort of social entrepreneurs taking on services to help create sort of positive change in their community. And I would also say that a sort of additional issue or additional layer of the issue definitions has also been the fact that so social enterprises, they in Sweden tend to definitely exist in sort of different legal forms, and we have not come as far as Latvia to sort of introduce a specific legal form. So in Sweden, for example, we have charities and foundations being social enterprises, but we also obviously have limited companies, and which of course means that they do work quite differently, and they're also quite treated quite differently by funders, for example. But I would also say that there actually hasn't been much demand for a sort of specific legal form, and I think that mainly comes from the fact that that everyone's sort of happy with what they are already. Like the charities want to stay charities, the foundations want to stay foundations, and limited companies want to sort of carry on being that. So I think a majority have essentially just wanted to keep it like it is. But what we have seen instead is definitely a sort of increase about on the definition on a sort of broader scale around social entrepreneurship rather than maybe the specific definition on social enterprises, and sort of what defines a social entrepreneur and what is the social business, for example. And I would also say that this has definitely happened alongside a sort of bigger change in the Swedish business sector, where there is a much stronger focus on sustainability and the sustainable development goals, and that's definitely sort of shifted the mindset with many in terms of what a business is, what a business could be, and what it can and should sort of achieve in the community and in our country and globally as well, of course. So when the Swedish government then in February 2018, I think it was, launched a strategy for social entrepreneurship, they definitely went for the sort of broader definition, and they included a much sort of broader focus on social entrepreneurship as an approach rather than social enterprises as sort of a specific type of business. And the strategy, I've included here on the slide a sort of translated quote where they highlight a social entrepreneur as sort of someone that can be within a business or a nonprofit. It can be someone in a social startup, an innovative social enterprise, or of course a work integrating social enterprise amongst others. And they can be found both within the private and the nonprofit sector. And what they do is that they offer new solutions, and they do have a very strong sort of drive to create a better society. And I would also say that the Swedish Agency for Economic and Regional Growth that are, of course, working on behalf of the government, they have also definitely recently chosen to sort of broaden their definition. Their definition previously has been much more sort of narrow towards the work integrating social enterprises, but they've definitely broadened it in the last few years to make sure that it's a bit more inclusive, and that it's also sort of talking about social enterprises as enterprises wanting to sort of create innovative solutions to our societal challenges and things like that. But they've listed sort of 3 features that are included here on the slide, and that's sort of focusing on the fact that the social enterprises, the business itself is a means to sort of create social good, and that they also measure the results based on the goals for the societal good, and that the majority or maybe all of the profits are reinvested into the enterprise. So that's something that they have been focusing on recently. And the agency, they also speak of sort of 3 dimensions when they talk about social enterprises, which incorporates obviously the sort of social good as the driver in the business in comparison to traditional businesses, more sort of key aim being to make money. But they also highlight obviously the economic side of things, where a social enterprise offers products or services on an open market. And they highlight governance and a focus on sort of democratic processes and limited owner payouts. But as part of the agency's work under the governmental strategy, they've also been doing some research together with a research company called Policy in Practice. And they've been doing specific research into whether we do need a clearer definition in Sweden, and what that could look like, and who wants it, who doesn't want it. And they've been doing interviews and different kinds of surveys, and quite sort of broad research work with various players in the sector and sort of on the outskirts of it. And they found various results that they presented in a report that came out earlier this year, where they sort of presented their findings. And they have definitely looked at both sort of pros and cons for a clearer definition, and the arguments for a clearer definition of social enterprises highlights obviously the sort of benefits of the admin side of things, the benefits for public procurement, but as well as for sort of legitimacy and collaboration. But they also highlight quite a few arguments against having a clear definition in Sweden. And the concerns are, for example, that it would be difficult to follow up, as in when you have a social enterprise that's sort of been sort of approved as a social enterprise, how do you ensure that they stick to that definition, and what's required of them, and also what do you do if they don't? And the concerns are also mentioning the sort of need for diversity, and the fact that enterprises that create social good but might not sort of fit into this definition, what happens to them, and will they sort of be excluded, and does that mean that we then sort of miss out on great innovations or sort of social good that could contribute to positive change in our society? And they've also found that there are concerns regarding the sort of issue of potentially creating a sort of lower class of companies if these social enterprises are considered as sort of lower status than potentially more traditional companies and corporations. So basically the research has found that there isn't a clear definition in Sweden, and they also haven't really established a straightforward road ahead. But they've definitely found sort of common ground around a few building stones that most people that took part in the research could agree on. And those building stones highlighted that a social enterprise is essentially an enterprise that solves societal challenges and that contributes towards sort of social, economic, and/or environmental sustainability, that develops and sells products and/or services, that reinvests all or a majority of profits, that is characterized by democracy and participation, and that is also independent from the public sector. So those are sort of a few key things that at least everyone is sort of, it's not a clear definition, but it's at least a few sort of key building stones that pretty much everyone can sort of stand behind, and that was presented in the research as a potential sort of way forward. But in terms of where we're going, this is definitely to be continued in Sweden. So I'm sorry I don't have a clear way ahead already. And that's mainly because it hasn't actually been established whether we do need a clearer definition or a sort of specific legal form. But what we do know is definitely that we do need a clearer and sort of stronger sector, and we need more knowledge and understanding of entrepreneurs that are maybe a bit different and want to do things differently to maybe the more traditional entrepreneur. And we need a stronger ecosystem where these entrepreneurs can thrive and however they might define themselves, and where we can also develop cross-sectoral collaborations and things like that that ultimately solve our sort of societal challenges. And we're definitely hoping that the initiative that we are now kicking off, that involves sort of a wide range of different players in the field, and it's also backed by the Swedish innovation agency called Vinnova. And we're hoping that this initiative can obviously contribute towards this. And to do this, we're obviously also interested in hearing from the rest of you guys. So it's been really interesting to get some insights, and I'll stay for the rest as well. But we're also very interested in hearing from others in terms of what our ecosystem might need, what we should aspire towards, and so feel free to sort of reach out if you're happy to share, or if you're happy to discuss learnings and sort of other ideas for our work forward. But I'm going to stop there. So thanks for listening, and thanks for having me. I will continue listening into the rest of you guys as well.
Thank you, Tova, so much. We will
Thanks,
keep on discussing and cooperating and learning from each other how to foster our ecosystems.
Yes, definitely.
And I'm moving to another speaker, Mr. Andrew O'Brien, who is a director of External Affairs of Social Enterprise UK. Andrew will share with us his insights about key factors to have such a thriving social business ecosystem. As you all are aware of, United Kingdom is a leading country for social entrepreneurship. So we are really happy, Andrew, to have you here. And would be really good to learn about what are main criteria in your country for social enterprises features. Just little remark, we have one more speaker after you, so and we have 20 in total 20 minutes, so it's really interesting to learn about. So somehow I hope you will be able to share your full insights in this time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the invitation this morning. I will try and keep it brief so that you can get back on track in terms of your timings. As you say in your brief, the UK is a leading country when it comes to social enterprise. But unfortunately, I don't have a lot of simple answers. And I think I could pretty much replicate everything your colleagues in Sweden and Latvia have said about the development of social enterprise in their own countries. But perhaps we can give you some perspective from the United Kingdom about the evolution of social enterprise and some of the positive things we've done to help the growth of the sector, and maybe some mistakes that are not worth repeating if you are planning to grow social enterprise in your own countries and communities. So just to give an overview, we do have a very sophisticated legal system when it comes for social enterprise. We do not have one definition, and I'll come to that around the different legal forms that it can take. But the law is quite clear around what social enterprises are, and you know, we have a number of different methods by which you can set up a social enterprise, which I think is very positive. We've also seen a lot of work done around procurement. I noticed my colleague in Sweden was talking about the public sector and using social enterprise in public service delivery. We've seen a lot of that in the United Kingdom, and we've also done a lot of work around social investment as well. But that's probably led to a lot of capital being generated that is looking for social impact and looking for social enterprises, but perhaps not enough done to stimulate the number of social enterprises eligible for that investment and to help them to grow and to develop. One area which we haven't developed, and I was listening to your speakers with interest around, is the tax system. And it will surprise you to know that a social enterprise set up in the United Kingdom would pay exactly the same rate of tax as Amazon, although I noticed that Amazon in the UK and most of Europe doesn't pay any tax at all. But if it was to pay tax, it would pay it at exactly the same rate. So we don't generally recognise social enterprise in our tax system in the United Kingdom, and that is something that we at Social Enterprise UK are very strongly campaigning for. Just to give a bit of background, by the way, on myself, I am Andrew Brown, Director at Social Enterprise UK. This is an organisation that seeks to grow and develop the social enterprise movement in the United Kingdom. We do research, we work with the government, we provide training and support to our members, and we try to raise public awareness across the UK for the sector. So we cut across a number of those issues which I've just described. You know, we've been around a long time in the UK, and I'm sure I could talk to colleagues in Sweden and other places and could have similarly rich and illustrious histories. But part of why I wanted to show this slide really was just to give you an example of how evolutionary and organic the development of social enterprise has been in the UK. So, I mean, I generally personally take Robert Owen's factory in New Lanark to be the first social enterprise. It was set up basically to provide a better life for the workers of that factory, to provide them with education and health and other benefits. But we've also had a number of other methods of social enterprise, so that's kind of one early start. We've also had the cooperative movement, which you can see here, the men, sadly it was all men, of the Rochdale pioneers in northwest of England, who set up the first cooperative business, so owned by the workers to provide them with the goods that they needed. But we've also had a rich history of kind of Christian and philanthropic business, and some of you are chocolate fans might have heard of Cadbury and Bourneville in Birmingham. They set up a business which, you know, created housing, created educational facilities for their workers. Interestingly, only in the case really of New Lanark and the Rochdale Pioneers was that profit reinvestment kind of explicitly understood. And in the case of, sadly, of New Lanark and of Cadbury, neither of them are social enterprises today, although you can visit the New Lanark site up in Scotland. So if you're taking a history trip up to Scotland, do make sure you go up there and visit that wonderful place, that heritage site there. So we've got a very long evolution. I won't talk through all of this, but essentially we've never really created a kind of single structure for social enterprise, legally speaking, in the UK. You know, we are registered as a company, so we go right back into the middle of the 19th century for that. You have the cooperative movement, which also was kind of first developed in the 19th century. A number of social enterprises in the UK are charities as well, trading charities, so they are registered as charitable trusts under charitable legislation, but they are trading to generate their income, and we qualify those as social enterprise because they are trading. And we also have a new structure was created in 2004 called the Community Interest Company, which is a specific legal company, which seeks to generate profit, reinvest those profits back into community, and has a clear social environmental community benefit that it's targeting, and that's legally written into it, so it can't, you know, deviate from that, and its assets are locked into that organization. So a number of legal forms, a very long evolution, and that means, as I say, we don't have one legal method. We have quite a sophisticated group of options. So if I was a social enterprise starting today, I could just be a normal company and register as a company, distribute shares, but I would have to make sure that in my articles of association I was delivering a social environmental mission, that I was going to reinvest at least 50% of my profits back into the business or back into another organization to deliver that mission, and I'm generating most of my money through trade. I could be a cooperative, so I could work at a community level and get a lot of people together and have us collectively own that organization, and also have that social mission locked into our constitution and that profit reinvestment locked into our constitution. The easiest option is probably to set up a community interest company now, where, you know, it's kind of the legal structure itself builds it all for you. So I could set up a KIC tomorrow. Let's say I wanted to employ disabled people and to manufacture some good or provide a service to people. I could set up a community interest company tomorrow. I could specify that the community I wanted to help was disabled people, and, you know, as I say, the profit would have to be reinvested in. There'd be a cap on dividends. There would be an asset lock to make sure that any property that the business owned couldn't be distributed for private gain. So, you know, there's a few options there as a social entrepreneur, and I think that's a strength, not a weakness. I think people have different, communities have different ways of solving problems, and we shouldn't be forcing everyone to take a kind of one size fits all approach. But anyway, that's our kind of legal evolution. In terms of what is a social enterprise, and I notice people have often said there's not a clear definition, although in some countries you do have a legal definition. In the way that we at Social Enterprise UK talk about it, when we talk about social enterprise as a sector, we're talking about those community interest companies and cooperatives and the trading charities. So these are charities but which generate the majority of their income through trade, and together that defined as the social enterprise sector. So that might mean it's a little bit bigger than in some other countries where they might have a narrower definition. So in terms of our size and scale, therefore, it's quite big. I mean, we have been going at this for 200 years, so you'd hope we would have made some progress, at least in that time. We now think there's a community of around 100,000 social enterprises employing 2 million people and contributing about 60 billion to the UK economy every year. Now, that's great on paper, but it's probably around, in terms of the number of businesses, we're looking at less than 1%. In terms of the number of employees, we're looking at about 5%, which is interesting because it shows how employment rich and job creating social enterprise is compared to other forms of business. And in terms of economic contribution, again, we're talking about maybe 1 to 2%, depending on what COVID's done to the economy. So we're by no means the dominant form of business, but we are growing very rapidly in the UK as the movement is in the world. And these are just some very clear statistics which can give you an example of that. So I'll just pull out one here. In terms of the number of enterprises we've identified as social enterprise, that's grown by 47% in the past decade, whereas the number of businesses registered in the UK has grown by around a third, which is impressive. But as you can see, social enterprise is outstripping that. So a lot of potential there. In terms of our strengths and weaknesses, I'll focus on the negative first. There is confusion. There always is confusion about what a social enterprise is. I think the best way I hear it described is social enterprise is both a noun and a verb. It is both something that one is, but it also is something that one does. And that does create some confusion. So there are a lot of entrepreneurs out there who are socially enterprising, but there are also a lot of social enterprises, and we need both. And it's important that we don't stop people from doing the right thing, but equally that we protect and maintain the integrity of what is social enterprise, because there's a specific mode of business with specific commitments. It has something to offer. Also, in terms of the investment opportunity, and I'll touch on that as well, the locks in terms of profit and assets do mean that some investors are quite reticent to invest in our sector and struggle to see how they can get an exit and make a decent profit. And so, that on the one hand, having that mission lock and that profit lock is so important because that keeps the business on track. The other problem with that, though, is that investors can sometimes be put off from that process and don't see how they can get their money back or how they can keep control of those businesses. And there is a constant battle, a constant tension there. And I would also say from the UK's position, and it's funny you described this as a leading country, there is a lot of complacency in the United Kingdom that we're great. We've got lots of social enterprises, we've got this rich history, we've got a lot of legislation, so job done. Well, it's not done because, in our view, the dominant form of business in the UK and the world should be social enterprise. And until we are in that position, the job isn't done, and there is still a lot to do. So I hope that gives an idea of some of the weaknesses. The positives, I've pretty much touched on those previously. In terms of social investment, we put a lot of money into this. Over £1 billion of public money has been spent on social investment initiatives. I'm sure some of you will be aware of Big Society Capital, but that's the kind of flagship social investment organisation in the UK. But we have a number of foundations, Access Foundation, Esme Fairbairn Foundation, and others who've done very pioneering work around this area. The overall picture has been mixed. So I think, as I say, in some areas like housing, it's been very positive where there's property and something very easy for investors to understand. But as I'm sure other speakers have highlighted on, funding being as tight as it is, there are a lot of areas where social enterprises are not getting support and where investors perhaps don't see a quick profit to be made and are less keen to invest. So the social investment space is one that's continually evolving and is very important to the growth of the sector, but there's still a lot of room for improvement there. In terms of growing our ecosystem where we are, as I say, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we've done a lot around procurement. So I worked in Parliament when we produced the Public Services Social Value Act, and that tried to specify that social and environmental outcomes should be put into government spending. And now around £100 billion worth of spending is influenced by this legislation every year. So it's helping social enterprises to win hundreds of millions of pounds of contracts from the government every year, and that's very positive. So that's the public sector procurement side, and we run a biosocial corporate challenge which works in the private sector as well. We also have the legislation, things like the KIC legislation. We also have a social investment tax relief. We have things that try to support the growth of the sector in a legal sense and provide that kind of solid base. But in tax, it's a big gap at the moment, and fundamentally, as you all know, markets are based on supply and demand, and the price mechanism is critical to success. And if social enterprise products, generally as they are, a little bit more expensive because they're adding more social value, we need a way to reduce the cost of those to the consumer and to make sure that they can be competitive, and the tax system is critical in that respect. And so far the government has been very reticent to look at that change. So that's the great kind of unconquered forest, as it were, for social enterprise that we need to develop over the next few years. So just in terms of wrapping up, legal form has been absolutely critical. The progress that we've made in giving that clear legal structure is welcome, and we have a lot of lessons to share with the rest of the world. Similarly on procurement, where we have made some progress, but there is a lot more to be done on tax. I fear we are still at the back of the class, and we could probably learn a bit from colleagues in Latvia and Lithuania and Sweden and other countries around that. And a lot of this is because of that organic evolution. We've never really had in the United Kingdom a clear plan for social enterprise. No one's ever kind of developed a proper strategy for it. It's emerged from the bottom up, from entrepreneurs, from the NGOs, from communities, and so we have a bit of a system which is a bit of a mix, and what we call in the UK a bit of a hodgepodge of different solutions, different styles, and sometimes they don't quite overlap with each other. But despite all this, the sector is growing very, very rapidly, and I think that's a tribute to the power of business and social entrepreneurship and the optimism of communities. So I think what I would say to all of you is, even if you don't get it 100% right, the lesson from the United Kingdom is that will not stop the growth of social entrepreneurship. It will not stop the growth of social enterprise. This is happening, and it's the future of business, regardless of, to some extent, what governments do, because that's where people want business to go. So I hope that presentation has been useful. I'm sorry if I've spoken a little bit too fast, but I wanted to give you enough time to have the rest of your presentations. And I look forward to hearing the next one, and also to listening to some of the summit later on this afternoon. So thank you for inviting me, and a real pleasure.
Dear Andrew, thank you so much. I'm really happy to announce that June 4th, we will have UK and Baltic Social Business Forum, where we'll have your long presentation, because it's really interesting to learn how your country can unlock this great financial potential for social business. And definitely what I see that we can learn a lot from each other. In one field, our countries are doing better. We can learn from long history of your country. So let's cooperate. Let's support each other, and we will meet you in June next month, and we will share with our community more information about that. Thank you, Andrew, so much. And I'm very happy to invite our last speaker, Maria. Maria is a PhD lawyer, associated professor at the Faculty of Communication of Vilnius University. And Maria will present us a definition of social business status and its legal consolidation in Lithuania. Maria, we have 10 minutes, and I hope it is enough for you to give us some overview. Thank you so much for joining.
Okay, I was speaking in Lithuanian. Labą dieną visiems. Kalbėsiu lietuviškai.
Right, I'm gonna switch to Lithuania because I'm dealing with the situation in Lithuania, legal definition of social enterprise in Lithuania. So I will try my best to present my ideas within the period of 10 minutes. Okay, just the most important highlights.
Negaliu pakeisti skaidrio, to jau pabandysiu tą padaryti. Bet atsiprašau, trukdys. Ar man gali padėti iš išorės?
I need technical support.
Taip, ačiū.
Here we go. Why is it important to come up with a definition of legal definition of social enterprise? It's very important because now in Lithuania, let's say, social business entities are ex lege entities. The status of a social business enterprise is not established, and according to the concept of community business established in the guidelines of the implementation of social business under the Lithuanian Rural Development Program 2014-2020, this business is classified as social. But again, definitions of a social business entity are important. Is important for constructing the identity of social business entities. First of all, it is important for self-identification of a social business entity. And in Lithuania, we have lots of ex lege social enterprise entities, and there is no legal definition embracing all of these entities. Not a good situation. So the question is, what is the place, I would say, of social business within the legislative framework of Lithuania? And here we talk about the involvement of the third sector, and we actually can compare it with the Anglo-Saxon philosophy, and also NGOs. So it should be said that scholars argue that there is confusion in society, and the political debate over the terms of the third sector, the social economy, and this all solidarity economy, which overlap and contradict each other. And we see that the Anglo-Saxon concept is not based on the evaluation of non-profit organization, but in the continental European tradition, the third sector is associated with cooperation and the activities of mutual organizations. The third sector and its actors, what can be said here? In the concept of of the third sector, the legal status of entities is the sector to be linked to the non-profit requirement. Now, in the concept of social economy, the legal status of the subjects of this economic system is not related to the non-profit, but the use of profit. Now, the fundamental differences between the European concept of the third sector and the American concept are related to the goals, management, or control and use of profit by the actors operating in the social economy system. Social economy entities are characterized by such principles as priority of social or community goals, use of profit in the public interest, cooperative structure, and the like. So when with regard to the actors playing in this, it could be said that any entities, let's say, contributing to social economy are important. But Lithuania is, in Lithuania, the concept of social economy at the political level is presented in the concept of social business, indicating that the social economy is a sector of the national economy that creates social and economic value and seeks to meet those social and human needs that are not met by private public. So we have here what? Commercial sort of, that the social enterprises have to conduct commercial activity, they have to seek social aims, and they have to have the mission of governance, of managing their company. So when we talk about the business model, the business model of the social economy aims at social functioning, reinvesting most of the profit in social functioning, basing the operation on a formal participation or democratic governance. And here we are talking mostly about the necessity, and it's actually the common European criteria, the communication social business initiative, creating a favorable environment for the development of social enterprises in social innovation economy. This communication says that the social economy system consists of market and non-market subsectors. And now, if we look deeper into the status of social enterprise in the EU, we can find various a diversity of definitions. The most commonly used in defining the status of social enterprise in the EU countries are organizational definition, focusing on the features or characteristics of social enterprise, or definition of the sector, indicating specific types of organizations operating in a particular social field. And at present, the definition of the sector is used in Lithuania. For example, law on social enterprises of the Republic of Lithuania, guidelines for the implementation of social business under the measures of the Lithuanian Rural Development Program. Now, in terms of the impact of the definition regulating, legal definition regulating social enterprises, the following should be said. Of course, recognition, legal recognition, contributes towards visibility, towards transparency of the activities of social businesses. And it also promotes the development of social business, the creation of social enterprises. As I said, it provides visibility. It was done in Poland, in Italy. It also provides clarity of activities. And however, on the other hand, something that's negative is that it's involuntarily, it contributes to the shadow so-called operation of many de facto social enterprises. Newly introduced forms may have an impact on the shadowing, because sometimes this complexity complexity related to the emergence, to the establishment of a social enterprise leads to some confusions, to some overlapping of functions. What do we have in Lithuania? At present, some de facto social enterprises in Lithuania operate in the shadow. That is, they're not considered as such, even though they meet all the criteria of social enterprises. Now, a consolidation of the legal status of a social enterprise, some benchmarking. The states that have legal acts specifically designed for social enterprises, for their development, well, is a favorable factor. The state establishes the legal status of social enterprise in various ways, by supplementing existing laws, by linking the legal status of the social enterprise to the introduction of a status, qualification, accreditation scheme, which can be obtained by various legal entities, both for profit, non-profit, provided they meet the criteria. Or they adopt special laws creating special legal regulation related to the special establishment of the status of social enterprise. On the other hand, the states in which this legal status is not adopted, these are the countries without a special legal status for social enterprise: Austria, Estonia, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden. The situation is due to different reasons. So let's say in the Netherlands, social entrepreneurship is supported, and this is a direction rather than giving the legal definition to social enterprises as organization. And in Lithuania, what do we have? In Lithuania, we have the orientation towards the adoption of special laws for the regulation of activities of social enterprises. I would say that I think this orientation, is being changed or replaced by some other measures, by supplementing or amending existing laws. Now, if we look at the situation of today and the experience among EU member states and Lithuania, the following has to be said. The legal forms of social enterprise are linked to legal forms specifically intended for the activities of these enterprises, which are ex lege for social enterprises. The legal forms of social enterprises do not include the legalization of the activities of social economy entities when they are provided with opportunities for economic activities in pursuit of general interest objectives. So, diversity of legal forms, ad hoc, let's say institutionalized in ad hoc legal way, or well, could be also in Lithuania. That's most important, I guess. In this context, social enterprises are institutionalized by activities narrowly, and there are special social enterprise status is being kind of recognized, and other enterprises that are not conceived as social enterprise. But we are about to adopt a wider, I think, approach to that. Now again, going back to the definition of social enterprise entity in Lithuania, Lithuania is characterized by dualistic or two-tier development. Labor integration enterprises are the only social business entities, the legal status which is defined, and a functioning support system for those social business entities has been created. Now, the modern concept of social business entities is at the design stage, and after the approval of the social business concept, well, we hope there will be some improvement. Now, experts also, EU experts say that the social business in Lithuania is recognized both politically and legally, albeit narrowly, linked only to labor integration. without restrictions on profit distribution, stakeholder participation. Social business is fully recognized, and social enterprise is fully recognized, and also recommend following the common European concept of social business in the definition of social enterprise, which with an additional focus on social innovation and social impact measurement. So I would say that there is some movement towards the better future, but maybe it should be more speedy. Now, what is most important as of today? Now, we have to understand that social enterprise entities are among or should be included into the entities of social economy, and also the common European concept of social enterprise. I'm talking about organizational definition of social enterprise. It attributes additional attention to social innovations and also measurement of social impact. So it's also very important to include ex lege social enterprise entities into the definition of social enterprise entities. And also, it's no less important to actually talk about the dimensions of social enterprise and to link those dimensions with the needs, economic and social situation in Lithuania. And so we're talking about deep detailing of the social enterprise dimensions and linking those dimensions with the economic social situation of the country. And I think then we only could move forward. And among the most important things, and the other speakers have also touched upon it, that the creation of a social enterprise ecosystem should accompany the legal definition of social enterprise entities, meaning this is the social enterprise which generates its own income, profit, and so we are talking about ecosystems here, and it can contribute towards the social good in society, addressing vulnerable target groups. Sorry, I was sort of speeding, but tried to say as much as possible within the period given. Thank you.
Really great summary about what would we need in terms of definition of social business, and thank you again for joining. And just to add to summary of this session, what was said, that it's very important diversity, and it's important, and it is a feature of this special activity of social business, that, and there is no one right answer what is the best form. On one side, we need to learn from each other, but as Victor has mentioned at the beginning, we need to find our unique way how we define, because each country, each ecosystem has its unique history, prehistory, and some culture. And also what unites us, definitely values, putting people first, environment and living nature, democratic governance, inclusion. Definitely we need long-term commitment. As we understood from the speakers, all of them emphasize this long-term commitment, looking ahead, having clear vision of how ecosystem and the sector would look like in 10 years. Also, as some of the speakers mentioned, we need some brave and crazy people to look against the wind, because at the moment we don't have many answers, and you need to go into unknown and explore and experiment. So for that you need courageousness. And also definitely we need community. We need to work together, and in Lithuania and on European level, and to support each other, learn from each other, share best practices, look for answers if we don't have ones. And as we saw from presentations and speakers, that, and especially from the United Kingdom example, it's this sector of social business unlocks great potential and financial, and also how Ms. Jozapavičienė has mentioned, it could unlock some of the saving millions of public money if some public services could be transferred to some social enterprises. And also it enables people to solve their own problems, to create jobs, to build prosperity and inclusion. And as Maria nicely summarized, the criteria are the same: the social mission, business models, and democratic governance. So thank you so much for speakers. Thank you for viewers viewing this session. And now we will have 5 minutes break, and my colleague Arūnas Survila will have a very important session about a transfer of public services. Thank you so much, and we will meet you in 5 minutes. Sveiki sugrįžę po labai trumpos pertraukos ir su nekantrumu noriu pristatyti antrąją renginio sesiją, tai yra paslaugų perdavimas.
Hello, everybody. Now we are going into the second session. In Lithuania, we are talking about this issue. That is, it should, foster and speed up and would give the innovations. And we've been talking about this for quite a lot of time, but we have not made any changes as yet. And during this session, we have a very good opportunity to listen to social partners about their preparation to provide the quality public services. Also, municipalities, what challenges they come across, and the government strategy. This session is presented by NGO Avilis, and I would like to introduce and invite Aruna Survila. First of all, let me tell this, here I'm sitting in Pirmas Blinas, and this year for all sectors was very difficult. And during this year, so many people lost businesses. And when we travel across Lithuania, social sector was growing. On the contrary, that is employment forms, also work with certain target groups, and also we have been working on leaders program, other programs, irrespective of very difficult year. The social sector kept growing. Public services, and they transfer public services in 2012 has been mentioned quite early, and national progress strategy provides for 35% of services to be transferred to social partners, but we did not reach the previous indicator. Why do we talk about this issue? The transfer of public services would make it possible to provide quality services, because we need a new attitude, and we need to save costs. And our experts also say that transfer of public services would be a very good accelerator that would make would contribute to what is going on in social enterprise sector. So if we could answer this question, it would be very good to give the answer to this question. In this session, I'd like to introduce our speakers, Gaia Chevelle. She heads National Coalition, Davidas Petrolevičius, Klaipėdos City, Municipality, Senior Advisor, or Chief Advisor, and Aistė Kairienė, the advisor to the Prime Minister of Lithuania. And let me ask Gaia. Gaia in Lithuania is representing NGOs, and we would like to listen to her. Hello, everybody. Thanks for introducing me. Yes, I belong to this sector, and I am happy to talk about NGOs as trustworthy providers of services. And I was thinking today what these success factors should be, so that the services are transferred to NGOs, to other economic partners. And finally, we have to reach at least this percentage of 35%. And when talking today, I would like to talk about the goal of the transfer of services, what are success factors, and I would like to talk about an ideal situation in recent years, how many NGOs are invited into the provision of public services. Let me start with the following. It seems that it's clear, but who are the participants of this process? And I would like to break them down into three blocks: government institutions, municipalities. They are the ones that place orders, then there's NGOs, other social partners, economic partners, traditional businesses, and citizens, that is the people for whom those services are meant or provided. So there's budgetary institutions, public institutions that provide such services in order to satisfy the needs of the people. We're talking here about sports, culture, science, etc., etc. And we have this definition that the partners are the best people to provide the services, and only where there are no partners, somebody else can do this. But here we see that there is no pyramid. This is these three partners have to be cooperating on a permanent basis. They have to know what services are needed and also how to bring these services to the people as close as possible. Also provide the infrastructure for other partners to do their job. So when we look at the goal of the transfer of public services, well, it looks quite clear, but I would like to talk in broader terms about them. The goal of the public services is to provide a wide possibility of services because we want people to be happy and in the time when they need these services, and when these services are individualized, and also the quality and sustainability also changes. If the contract is signed for 1 year, so the beneficiaries as well as those who provide the services have to make changes. Also, we have to have a broader circle of beneficiaries, and there are many people who are not even provided with these services, and also innovations are very important. These aspects are extremely important for the quality of these services to grow. And talking about success factors, it looks pretty simple, but well, we come across some difficulties, and there are certain problems that are faced with, and they are provided. These services are provided by those institutions that should not be doing this. So talking about social enterprise and the definition that we already have now, and this criteria, and the communities that are closest to the people. And it's important to talk about organizational competences, the staff members. The competences are very important when providing those services. They have to be high quality services. Also, current infrastructure means provided to people to how to do this, and well, we were listening to the experience of other countries. We have to provide some measures, means in order to provide quality services. We also have to think about funding mechanisms, and now in this time of a crisis, we have to have the possibility to refocus our attention. We also have to get the feedback. And of course, the cooperation of the service providers and beneficiaries is most important. as well as feedback is very important. We also know that public procurement is not effective, and we have to look for different ways. So now we have to make changes. Now we apply accreditation system, and there are different centers in a way we talk about the accreditation of the services. And of course, we have to think about success factors and about sustainability in what we do when we provide the public services. Now, involvement of NGOs into provision of the services. Year from year, we work on this, so we can compare the situation. The situation is very objective. And I would like to talk about 2017. So we had only 5.3% of social services in culture, social education, and other areas. And in 2019, 10.34%. So we see that there is a very good growth, more than 5% growth. But the total average is not really good. Now, if we look at so we see Panevėžys was doing very good, Vilnius, Kazlų Rūda, some other cities. And this change last year in 2020 is not, well, here we see that the same municipalities were maintaining this level. But when we compare 2019, when the average was 10.34, so other years, we have to also make better, so in 2020, we have to at least have 15% of the services to be transferred. Social services, the number of social services was growing, starting with 2017. Now, when we look at municipalities that are doing good, so I already mentioned 15%, Panevėžys, Kazlų Rūda, Kaunas, they improved their indicators. Klaipėda, Kelmė, Klaipėda City, Kėdainiai City, and but there are so many municipalities and regions that have to do much better. Now, what do we need for those processes to be more intensive and more effective? And I would like to speak about a few things. This is what I hear from our partners and from NGOs. What are the most important factors to do better, so that the services are of high quality? That is, we have to reinforce the potential of our partners. Also, we have to foster cooperation. Also, training has to be provided. We have to encourage and foster the provision of services and, well, also to foster cooperation and cooperation with different institutions and different structures. And of course, it's very important to involve NGOs. And of course, we have to go in search of best mechanisms, and we have to understand which services and how they have to be done also, so that the people are really happy. We have to understand broader context. It's not enough to provide a service and say goodbye. What is most important is feedback, cooperation. We have to maintain sustainability of the services, and also we have to broaden our outreach. But what is most important is we don't have the only map of the services, and we don't know what are the services that are provided, what changes are coming in this field. So we have to be effective, and we have to be high quality. And it's very important that the government gives attention to this. They have to also help our partners. Also, legislation has to be here, the right legislation has to be here to transfer services or to provide more services. It's also very important while talking about national level or regional level, we have to talk to people, because people know what services they need, and small reinforcement sometimes might be enough. And here we see that we have to expand this model and to provide these services. In the government, we talk about gradual transfer of public services, but the amount of the services is really huge. We talk about social services, other very different services like education, etc. These should be in focus, culture, sports, etc. And to summarize, I was thinking, what should I say? And what is the key to success? I believe it's cooperation. Cooperation, being together between the service providers and beneficiaries. Well, there has to be diversity, the optimum costs that give a possibility to the organizations to provide services and take on board as big number of people as is possible. There are very good opportunities and possibilities, and I would like to wish all of us success. Thank you, Gaia, for this very comprehensive presentation. It is very motivating at the same time. Now the floor is given to Davidas. Davidas comes from Klaipėda municipality, and they are doing a very good job in what they do. So please share the experience of your municipality.
Taip, tai laba diena visiems. Matosi turbūt gerai, ar ne?
Welcome everybody. Hope you can see my slides. As my colleague has mentioned, I am Davidas Petrolavičius. I am Chief Advisor at Klaipėda Municipality, and you see the logo on the left corner, and Klaipėda is the youth just capital of 2021, appearing youth capital, which we're proud of. Now, going back to serious business, to social enterprise and transitional public services, allow me to introduce the situation in Klaipėda. Here you see the services which we have delegated to our partners. That's child care and also child daycare in day centers, psychosocial support to families, having children with a disability, also some support or aid provided at home. Then it's social care in daytime centers, both for children and adults with disability. Free food, let's say, and either short-term or long-term social care in the elderly homes. This is a range of services provided by our municipality. Now, when it comes to transition of public services to social enterprises, the situation as follows. We have actually concluded with 45 organizations in all functioning in all Lithuania. Half of these organizations are NGOs, and these services are provided to about 600 persons. And I'm talking about the contracts or of compensating social services and on accommodation of persons in various care institutions or homes. Another type of service. Of course, sometimes there's a lack of service provisions, and you see 45 organizations all over Lithuania. And it's not just because we want to cover all Lithuania, no, because we cannot find the service providers somewhere closer to us and somewhere in the region, so which is evidence of the shortage of service providers in the proximity. Also, every year from the Klaipėda municipality budget, we call for tenders, and 7 types of social services are actually procured from 10 different NGOs in the order prescribed by the law on public procurement. And of course, we conclude funding just contracts, and in this way, our services are provided to more than 600 persons. Again, there is a shortage of such service providers, and this is a problem, obviously. Now, what challenges do we confront while transferring public services? Well, the transition of services after the service provider changes. It's quite difficult. As I said, about 180, right, service providers, and the NGO sector is quite good at providing these services. And also there is a shortage of experience or professional competence among service providers, which is a problem. And so sometimes we have challenges that it's difficult for a new organization, service provider, to take over, let's say, 180 recipients of that service. And with the change of service providers, the nature of the service is slightly changed as well. And we only wish we had enough professional service providers. And quite often, there is not, after we conclude some agreement, or in this case, contract, it becomes evident that there are not enough employees, let's say, in that service provider, working for that service provider. And then we have to look for the best possible option. Another challenge is that these NGOs are not always recognized by our residents, by the public at large, or they don't understand what they mean. They have no trust in NGOs. We have to work to promote that trust. Also, the NGOs, on the other hand, not always show commitment or the efforts to attract service beneficiaries. And yet another challenge is legal regulation, and I'm talking both about regulating the nature of services to be provided, and this is very stringent, I would say, regulation. Also, public procurement procedure in order to implement the so-called soft activities. And it's at times it's difficult to assess and to evaluate how good the service is, how professional it is. and the data actually are not gathered, and therefore the changes and the impact it's difficult to measure. And it's in our interest to, for example, to develop computer literacy of unemployed persons or those who lost their jobs. But again, it's we do not see any indicators in measuring the impact that after the training, these persons are employed. So how can we possibly measure it? Right, now in terms of social partners, how can we encourage the municipalities to involve more social partners? I think we should look for joint projects. So we implement those projects by concerted efforts, and in order to get more significant funding. And we have experience in implementing executing such joint projects already. Also, I think we should focus on promoting new service providers to be established. And we have some new organizations active in Klaipėda, but at times they are not just local organizations. And during the period of several years, the share of transferring social services has increased from 16% up to almost 25%. So this is a good indicator. And but as I said, we still need more providers who are professional in social service provision. So this 25% makes us happy, but I don't think we're not interested in achieving this kind of share or percentage. No, we want to see the impact and the change. Another point is strengthening the capacities of NGOs. And we should get used to measuring the impact. We shouldn't look upon it as some burden imposed on our shoulders, but that should become something, a daily routine, I would say. And also impact measurement, yes, it should become a habit rather than an obligation. And impact procurement is also one of the priorities. We need to disseminate the importance of impact procurement amongst municipalities, and also establish stronger bonds with potential social enterprises. That's all I wanted to say, and I am looking forward to the discussion. I think we identify similar problems. Well, I represent municipality, and the other speakers represent social enterprise, let's say. So yeah, if we join our efforts, if we join hands, I think we can achieve better results. Thanks, David. Very motivating example, inspiring, I would say. I even took notes of what you were saying, and I have a couple of questions for the discussion. And now the floor is given to Aiste Kairienė to share her insights. There was a change in the government, and from Gaia's presentation, we understood that the process of transferring public services was quite rapid recently, particularly talking about the Minister of Social Security and Labor. Yes, Aiste, your turn.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be invited, and I made my presentation a little bit more focused on some other things, some one of the things that I wanted. I believe that when we talk about transfer services, there's quite a bit of problems, and perhaps it always happens, especially if we talk that is from public sector, from state sector and public sector. Well, the provision of services has to be, when we talk about this, we have to focus on the people who receive the services. And quality is very important. Also, effectiveness, and we also have to be flexible. We have to look into the situation that the person is in. And if we look at from the point of view of the individual, it's not that important who provides the service, but what is important is what the service is and how it is provided. But from the point of view of the government, do we provide the service where there is some added value? And there were some phrases that were voiced earlier. Now what to do? We have to delegate delegate the possibility for the NGOs to take good care of the provision of services. Do you have your presentation? I will share later, but I don't have any slides. There was a question, sorry. Well, yes. Now, the flexibility of NGOs was opened up during the COVID period, and very important services were provided. The society was moved, and there was more volunteering. So the involvement of NGOs into managing the pandemic showed the added value for the whole society. And they don't have to prove that this partnership gave good results where the service was provided and added value was provided also. And when we looked at the index and the person, well, the people seem to be, well, they can contribute much better, to the strengthening the sector of NGOs, and if the NGOs are strong, they will be capable of in taking on board the society, so that they are active when we talk about different problems. Now, how to do this? How to go from government sector to public sector? Well, we're talking about municipalities, yes, but I'm focusing now on the central level, and I'm remembering some examples when new regulation is prepared. But what is good is a good example that rolls on, and when we talk about public provision of services, well, some people would say, yeah, it may not cost anything, and do it for nothing. And there is a myth: if we provide services, then we cannot control the quality, because there's a mechanism of controlling is in focus. And I believe that we should show the example on the central level. The reality, there has to be in the central level, that the services have to be delegated to NGOs. I was talking in the forum of NGOs, and we were talking about different directions, but the participation of NGOs in legislation. I will not focus on this today, and I started with talking about the transfer of services, and myself personally, I sincerely know that I have some reservation when it comes to provision of services to NGOs, because when we talk about education, etc., I'm talking about different formats, whether it's NGOs, the organization that falls within NGO, and I say that it would be possible to give this trust to them, because many of us perhaps think that we transfer these services to public sector as if we give some crystal ball, and we are so excited whether it will not break. I'm not talking about the measures which are needed so that the quality of the services is really high. The idea of itself sometimes scares us, and we talk then about controlling rules which are good for a budgetary institution, and we think that we will apply this to the public sector, and it fails. Then we can say, well, then we'll say that the service is not of good quality. There were examples talking about informal education, and when we think about a certain matrix, how to check the quality of the service. So again, budgetary services, are compared, but public sector or NGOs, it's something that is totally different. And one more thing that I would like to share with you. Well, about one measure, which is control. When transferring the services, we are really afraid and we try to control. We don't want to let it go. And to have a better quality of the services, public sector has to be strong. Also, government sector has to be strong so that they can do a good job when they interact with the beneficiaries of services. They have to look for diversity, and they should not be afraid. And well, there are some reservations, but these should be left away. Also, lowest price, when we talk about public procurement, does not provide the wanted effect. Yet another problem, at least talking about government sector, well, we want to count everything. We will train 1,000 people and they will be good to knit. It's an example, of course, but such formulations were very, very frequent. But it does not mean that the change is of high quality, but quality is most important, and we have to feel where the problem is and how to measure and say that this impact change is here. We're not yet. We have to do a lot, still to learn to do this, and whatever measures we're going to apply to transfer public services to government sector, well, whether it's bidding or tender, it's so important. It's very important to know how to do it. We have to build competences on both ends. And if we could do this together, then we could have a very good qualitative change and impact. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And now I would like to ask the participants of this panel session. We're going to go into a short discussion. And you are welcome to ask questions, and I will transfer those questions to the participants of this panel discussion. When after listening to the presentation of three speakers, I see differences. Municipalities are different. There's more services that are provided, that are transferred in some municipalities compared to others. It's natural that the question arises, who holds the ball? Who keeps the ball? Municipalities, NGOs, or a social enterprise? So there is question number one, directed to Davidas. Who encouraged you to try to achieve those indicators? Many services were transferred. Well, who motivated who, and how you were motivated to transfer these services? I believe I mentioned that 25% is a very nice number, total number. The percentage, when we talk about total number, well, it's much lower. But when we talk about social areas, so there are a few aspects. One is aspiration to do better. You know, there's competition also in order to provide a better service. Also, national level. The goal, you know, that is on the national level, 30% of transfer of services. But also what is most important, that quality sector. Quality of the service is most important. Everybody has to be trying to do better. And then you could free your hands and take care of some other things. And we are not thinking about that there should be, well, the budgetary institution should not, the number of budgetary institutions should be reduced, and we want this, of course, and we try to provide service providers externally. Thank you. A question to Gaia. In which areas do you think social area, day centers for children? Which services will be transferred? In which sector? In NGO, social enterprise? They could grow their muscle or get stronger. So which services are going to be most perspective? A very good question. One can guess, yeah. Yes, well, we see that sports are leading. Social services, education, culture services, and we see gradual growth in providing, in transferring services, yeah. We have to start working on this very rapidly, yeah, and we want to transfer as much as possible of these services.
Skirtingose laukuose.
I have Another question. Sorry. We see that we have moved forward. We have crediting, let's say, for cultural sector. Maybe there is more funding allocated to the NGOs, to the creative organizations, but probably no major changes with regard to museums, libraries, cultural sort of centers under the municipality. The sector of education is probably just for the summer season that kids are somehow occupied. So what's the vision of the government? Is there any dialogue going on of how things should be improved? Because we representing social enterprises, we're not quite sure how, what's the vision for the future? Thank you for your question. Good question, to say the least. I'm not sure if one model should be drafted for all spheres. Let's say when it comes to education, it's informal education, it's general education. And if we make it like formal, or we come up with one recipe, no, I don't think it would work. Maybe informal education should be improved and expanded. But the general trend is, first, number one is transition of public services, and what are the spheres in which those public services should be transferred. And number two, which are the spheres in which NGO sector is the most effective and professional and competent. I think we need discussions whether we should put this requirement for quality standard on the government, regardless of who provides services, or maybe we would come up with a decision to have this blended public and non-public cooperation. Again, when it comes to decision-making process, Gaia mentioned something. I think that we should promote our cooperation when it comes to decision-making. We shouldn't actually break down meaning into things into social, cultural spheres, etc. I think we should talk about equal partnership, and we should have transparent, constructive dialogue as to the improvement, strengthening of this dialogue. Because you cannot, of course, equal this, meaning culture is not sports, right? Social services is again a very different sector. So we, as I said, we cannot come up with some uniform well decision or whatever. We should improve our cooperation. That's my good answer. Yes, Aista, one more question. We have in our political maybe agenda a certain conflictual situation when it comes to rural schools, whether they should be closed down or not. And usually we're talking about the villages or communities which have quite strong communities. Shouldn't we involve those communities? Maybe this is a pathway. Maybe if a community sees the meaning of a certain school, why close it down? Maybe we should allow the community to strengthen the school, and these could be beneficial resources for the future. This question is sensitive because some educational organization in let's say the rural in the countryside, it has a cultural, social mission, not only educational mission, and many more. However, the situation is a bit more complicated. I don't have an answer to your question. Seems to me that one of the examples where we have multifunctional centers, or where we have community centers, Waldorf, let's say, schools, which comes from the grassroots level, from the community initiative. No, sorry, I can't provide an answer, but this could be one of the possible ways to go forward. Yes. Gaia, question to you. From the listeners, the viewers, regarding transition of public services. We can talk about different formats, right, of how to transfer public services, but licensing, is it better format than procuring public procurement? And should we focus on public procurement or licensing? Thanks, Arune. I would like to go back to Aista's reaction, and I quite agree. I think that NGO involvement and should go hand in hand or parallel, because we should know which services are needed, and NGOs, they are known that they are good at providing some services, but maybe those services are not quite demanded. So the municipality, there's a mismatch. See, the municipalities should know which service providers exist, or what services could be provided by them, and what the needs are for what services. And so because right now there's a bit of, as I said, mismatch or discrepancy, and there's no benchmarking. We don't know even what services might be needed in the future. And now answering your question, public procurement, our standpoint is public procurement should be changed because they're not flexible, this procedure. And there are many restrictions imposed on NGOs, and I think accreditation should lead to some more sustainability or capacity, maybe building of the NGOs. So I am quite in favor of accreditation system, but of course, I'm not saying it should be 100% accreditation. No, we should gradually move to it. Maybe the accreditation process of child day centers, but of course we have to conclude research surveys, meaning of what challenges have emerged and how well the accredited, let's say, NGO contributed to the goals that were identified. So not only social service accreditation, yes, all sectors, I mean, but gradual transition to accreditation process. You cannot actually apply the same model in different sectors. It should be gradual transition to that. We should, as I say, identify the needs, the demand, the supply, etc. We should gather data, and of course we should involve service providers into those processes. Yes, you mentioned already accreditation of child day centers. Was it a smooth process? And were the requirements for NGOs the same as to some public institutions? Can you give us more explanation about this process? I cannot give you a comprehensive answer. Why? Because I only know feedback from our partners, and I know that there were some challenges to be overcome. But again, depends on the municipalities. In some municipalities, this transition was quite smooth. In some, there were some problems to be solved. Guidelines were needed for those service providers, but I cannot give you a more comprehensive answer. Sorry. David, question to you. From the point of view of municipality, do you think are you in favor of accreditation or public procurement for services? And again, we're talking about impact procurement, which is yet in pilot or experimental stage, measuring impact. Well, at least the social field in our municipality, I think is okay, because as I said, it's up to 20% of all in social services that have been transferred to that sector, which makes us quite proud. But I'm talking all about social services. And we'll conclude funding contracts regarding the social care for different age groups and social groups. However, I think accreditation, yes, that's one of the options, but I don't think we're really strong in that. Yes, we can talk about going back to procurement. Of course, we have in the future, I think there is a potential, I mean, impact procurement. And this is something we have to strive for. And from what I know, in other municipalities, this impact procurement is quite okay. I see the possibility to proceed with impact procurement, but I think both, let's say, licensing, accreditation, and public procurement, both are of equal value. But we need examples of good practice still and experience. Another question: have there been any changes in the municipality regarding impact measurement, impact procurement after the transition of public services? Has there been any radical change? Meaning, right now, let's say the services are procured by the municipality. In the past, they were provided by some institution under the municipality. So have there been any changes? And have you drawn any conclusions in order to improve the on service provision, on the quality? Yes. We apply the same criteria for public measurement, for public procurement, as for budget institutions. But of course, we still have area for improvement. We have to choose the criteria which focus on the impact rather than on the number of final beneficiaries. And there should be correlation with the strategic municipal plan. Another question is, who should be the guide, the mastermind in the municipality in transferring public services? Meaning, should it be somehow incorporated into the strategic plan, or should there be any professional in the municipality responsible for that? Meaning a person to turn to, just in case of need. Of course, it depends on the political will. And in the near future, we'll have a long-term plan to be welcomed up to 2030 to be confirmed and adopted. And of course, there will be persons appointed, and they still are, those who are responsible for this fair. And there are certain indicators identified in this long-term plan. But again, as I said, a lot depends on the political will, on the competences of those persons in charge. And there is reporting, there is accountability. No, there is no one single person in charge. So it's the approach of the whole municipality, I would say, that matters in this respect. But of course, motivation is needed for that. Do you think there could be more, let's say, incentives to promote this involvement, transition of service, smoother transition of public services? Some rating, maybe? Have you ever reflected on that? No, personally, I can't remember that we talked about it in the municipality. But of course, some motivation is always needed. But it's not the most important aspect. There is measures to promote this process. Well, we conduct, and not just our municipality, all municipalities conduct surveys about the satisfaction of the final service recipients, checking the outcomes. And as I said, we have to start measuring the impact. That's the ultimate goal. And I think it doesn't matter that much to the final recipients of the service, whether they provided services by some NGO or social enterprise or budgetary institution. It just has to be a quality service. And of course, the NGO sector is interested in long-term provision of these services.
Gaia, I have a question. There's difference between different municipalities. Some transfer to NGOs in the regions. They have some other mechanisms, most probably. Why is it so? Is the region weaker with so the question is it an issue of representation, or is it an issue of the competences of the municipalities? Because we see that the regions are a little different. So what could you say? Very good question, thank you. And it is very complex at the same time. So at the same time, we are talking about several segments from the point of view of the municipality, trust, mistrust from the people, and also from NGOs, because there are not that many NGOs that can provide those services that people want. And we don't want to experiment. We want we always say that the people are in the center, in the focus. We see that some NGOs are more flexible, more creative, will be quicker to adapt. And I believe that, and also when I was talking, I said that we have to cooperate, we have to be together. So we have to grow those organizations, know them better, look at what services they have, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses. And we see that we also have to focus on growing competences of the organizations. And we really focus on this. We organize training to grow them, to develop them. And I see a very big contribution coming from the municipality. Municipalities have to involve them, when planning public services. Maybe they are working in one or another area, but they might see things differently. And cooperation and collaboration, I believe, is the right way to mobilize the organizations, and even well, it might bring other organizations to want to do this work. So there are different possibilities, I believe. Flexibility, wish, and flexibility and wish are so important. Gaia, one practical question. We see that, especially in smaller municipalities, we often come across the following. Let's say we're talking about rural area, and there is a very good initiative, competent group. And we want to take care of elderly people, do a better job where we provide municipal services, and we can get stronger from the point of view of institution, and also funding and investment to start such activities. So it seems that there is money for that, and the need is very clear. But I don't have a good contact with the municipality. I don't understand their mechanisms. But what should I do first? For the community interest and interest of the environment, it will be satisfied or become a reality? Very good question. Yes. So there is a wish, and you see a problem, and you try to find ways to solve the problem. So you look around, and maybe somebody is providing similar services, take their experience. So then it's very important to cooperate with the municipality. For example, go to David, who is a very good representative from this municipality. Look, now we want to provide those services. We need funding. Can we work together, do something together, and such a recommendation. And well, yes, and you can go to the umbrella organizations, and you can focus on them to provide these services. So these are perhaps the ways to start and bring into force what you wanted to do. Yes, there's yet another question, a little bit about political leadership. Arista, maybe everybody would like to react. So how do we see? We see situations. There are municipalities that are really moving forward, but in fact, there's interventions sometimes are needed, and I believe that best practices have to be shown, etc. Who could do this? Some ministry that is responsible for this. Well, I believe that the Prime Minister already, well, she said, our Prime Minister said that the transfer of public services has to go into non-governmental sector. So here I see the role of our Prime Minister, and of course ministries have to help because ministries develop different tools and means and measures. They have different programs, and they have programs for institutional development, also other institutions, also branch ministries, that touch upon different areas where the services can be transferred. So perhaps it will come as a cascade from on the top. Of course, we have our prime minister, and then it goes down by sectors and by levels. So that the people don't even think about who is providing the service. We have to care about that, but what the most important thing is to be effective and to have to create an added value. We are moving towards the end of the panel discussion. A question for everybody: is legal regulation enough, or do we need an additional piece of law? Yeah. Or maybe we need additional legislation on social economy. Not from the point of view of social economy. Well, all legislation could be improved and amended, but now we're not talking about legislation, new legislation, and everybody knows this example in education. Well, some municipalities cooperate and involve NGOs, while others are still in frustration, even if everything is okay from the point of view of law. So we have to strengthen capabilities. We have to take on board the non-governmental sector. I believe that these are very practical things. They should not be regulated by laws. I would like to agree with Aiste. Yeah, she did a good job by answering this. Yeah, we are the country, that creates new laws, new legislation, and again new legislation. And what is important? Fewer limitations and open up possibilities. Aiste also said, well, the Prime Minister said that we have to transfer public services. But municipalities also have to be more open, show more trust to NGOs, and then the burden will be transferred to the other shoulders or other people. There's another question that I would like to read through. It's interesting whether the transfer of services to NGOs makes a difference. Bureaucracy and administration is going down. Maybe we don't have enough experience to respond. I could say something on behalf of municipality. Yes, if you give the transfer to the private sector and that's it. But at least in Klaipėda, when you transfer a service, we see that the number of budgetary institutions or people working in budgetary institutions, this has not happened yet. And when we talk about social services, so the demand for services is growing, and there are more and more services that are provided. So, and if we trust private sector, So at least now, maybe in the future, many service providers from NGOs might satisfy the demand, but perhaps it's premature to talk about this. And we should not talk, it's too early to talk about the administrative sector. Yeah, thank you very much. After this discussion, I feel better, and well, these goals 2030 are quite achievable, and for municipalities to share the experience is very important, to cooperate and communicate. And on the regional level, we need to involve by far more people. Thank you. And now we go for break. And we restart at 1:15.
Hello and welcome back to Pyramus Blinus. I hope you've had a lovely lunch. We've just finished our lunch. I'm delighted to be welcoming Jurgita to introduce the next session, which is going to be on social impact measurement. And the goal of this session is to present the tool to facilitate the measurement of social impact steps here in Lithuania. And also Jurgita will be discussing with the panel and her presenters the assessment of social impact for social enterprises here. So I'm delighted to hand over to Jurgita, who's the director of Gerinore here in Lithuania. Jurgita, over to you.
Sveiki, labai malonu būti su jumis. Ir šitą valandą su pusę skirsime socialinio poveikiai ir jo matavimui.
Thank you, and we are going to dedicate 1 hour for the impact and its measurement. So Inga Jozapavičienė is with us. She is the head of Versli Lietuva. Inga is the one that has a lot of experience with different vulnerable groups in creating social welfare. Another 2 speakers come from Estonia and United Kingdom. Ben Carpenter, Social Value UK and Social Value International, and he works all over the world. Jan Ops comes from Estonia, our neighboring country. He is very well known in Baltic countries. He is practitioner and enthusiast of impact measurement. Both speakers take part in different groups, such as in the United Nations, in the European Commission. So we will really make use of them, I would like to remind a little bit what OECD recommendations were given to Lithuania related with impact management. These 3 things are very, very important for us to understand. We have to foster the cooperation, organize different campaigns. Another measure is to develop, to have an internet portal for social impact assessment and measurement. And the third area is building capacities. So these 3 areas were recommended to Lithuania. Let us look at what has been done, what works, and what we can enjoy. Inga, you are given the floor, and let's talk about what's going on in Lithuania. I say hello once again, and I believe that everybody is alert and wants to listen to what I'm going to say. I would like to speak about a few things with you. I believe that you can see and you are still full of energy. You want to get knowledge. Well, a promise is a promise. And this morning I was already talking in this forum, and I was sharing insights where legal regulation is necessary, what it should be, and how the relationships come into force, and what is the model of behavior that we are expected to provide. So OECD, these 4 letters are most important, and I will be talking on this issue. And if I had a chance to see your eyes or lift your hands, most probably people would say that we like everything that can be measured in centimeters, millimeters, in kilos, etc. But we like things which we can measure in order to understand what scale it is, what is it. And when we come and talk about the impact of social enterprise, we say that we have to measure it and we have to talk about it quite a bit. So here we come across challenges. Your Kita showed this with a very detailed slide what OECD recommends, and it's like a mantra. We know quite a little about social enterprise in our community or society, and the situation has to change. We also don't know or don't identify all the social enterprises in Lithuania, or we give this name to somebody and who does not deserve it. And we have quite a lot of information how to measure the impact, but we don't see some documents, and we don't share them with our community and society. So we have to try to look for simple things, competences. If I am I have a social enterprise, my vision and mission is creation of social impact. So you have to understand what it is, what dish it is. Is its biggest part meat only, or is it a vegetarian meal? And how to measure, how to see, how to know whether I am successful, and how to identify the goals and objectives. So, like in strategic planning, you have a line, and you tell how you want to swim or go, and you want to reach it. There are things when we talk about the changes, about behavior patterns, about quality of life changes. We are happy, we are inspired by OECD recommendations and this very nice partnership that we keep with our partners, and together with Jurgita and other organizers of this forum. I believe that this partnership and sharing and listening to each other helps to find solutions. And today, you can the e-platform, which is very easy, just push a few buttons, which means that practically anybody who cares about social enterprise come into this platform and take everything from the basket. Both in Lithuanian and in English, the platform is available, and you have to choose what is more convenient for you. There's no language barrier whatsoever. So how to get into this platform? What do you expect to find it? In the first part of the event, I was talking about general aspects, political context, environment, etc. And now I'm going to be very practical, and I would like to talk about things which we can find when we come into this platform. Like 8-year-olds, we are 8 years old. This forum, so the question why crops up. And when you browse in the platform, you will try to answer the question, why this is important, why should I care for that, and why should I know it if I want to be a social enterprise. So you will get into the platform, and what do you find? It's very important to have a few things in mind. And here, what is important and what OECD said. we don't have this definition, and the context naturally is that perhaps we don't even know what the number of these social enterprises is. So it seems that we are a huge community that everybody knows almost everybody else, but it's very, very important not to omit anything. So the goal of the platform is to give a possibility for social enterprises, and they can register their business there, and you give these nice things to us, and they want to thank for you. So first of all, what are we all see that what these social enterprises are. We feel the inner feeling about intention to create changes in the society, what the goal is, what the mission is, what is the scale of reinvestment. So it doesn't mean that you look at the data or information in the tax inspectorate. No, it's up to it's the information of social enterprises, the way we understand this, and this information is invaluable. Again, what we can see when you get into the platform is very important. It's important to listen to these practical things. Apart from getting registered, well, you need a carrot. Why should I inform somebody about my social enterprise? Why should I want to register my idea that I have in my mind? Here you can find information about social impact, creation of social impact, the measurement of impact. In essence, well, if somebody asked me to tell in a few words what do I expect from this platform, so I would respond, using theory and practice, go through a training course dedicated to social enterprise. This is a wonderful opportunity, and when you leave this platform and when you come back again and again, you can improve those skills, which are very important developing any business. Even those who think that they don't want to necessarily be a social enterprise, they would also be enjoying this platform and would grow their skills. And now who can enter? Well, any business which thinks that he is related with something social. And in the morning we were talking about pioneers, and the people who first started, irrespective of what we see in Europe and in the world when we talk about social economy, all those pioneers, the people that wanted to try out, they are so brave and courageous, and we have to appreciate them. And these are the people who have an idea and who would like to try something out, but there's always a question, will I be able to do this? Is it a business, something that I'm thinking about? What do I need to know, and how to estimate whether my idea could generate income or revenues, and what should I know, what should I do, so that it's not well, I can make some money when working like this, or at the same time make money myself. So it's very important that the people who have an idea, they can jump onto our platform, and they can tell us about the idea, share it with us, and go into the training.
It's not for the first time that I hear, and Jurgita can reiterate, that very often people keep asking us, who would like to share their business ideas? Or suppose it will be stolen by somebody else. Well, what can I say? There are hundreds of millions of ideas all over the world. And if you want to really, your idea, your dream come true, you have to make a sacrifice, your weekends, your leisure. You have to be committed. So I think the more we share our ideas, the more successful we become. That's a common denominator. And if I feel isolated, if I'm afraid to speak about my idea, this will not lead to success, believe me. And if we really want to find quality solutions, innovative solutions of how to implement my idea, let's talk, let's share insights. Let's not forget one thing. Once again, I'm repeating, an infinite number of ideas in the world, but a very limited number of persons who can really test that idea, put it in practice. So you might think that it's really very challenging to create social enterprise. That's demotivating, but that's wrong approach. You should have patience, you should have not lose your vision, and you should ask yourself the question, find the answer to the question. Am I social entrepreneur? Is it worth establishing the social enterprise? And whether my business really has a clearly formulated social and environmental mission? Do I generate income from trade? So this is a very good test for self evaluation. And do I reinvest my profit? As I said, there are 6 topics, training topics in this platform, and starting with problem analysis, then it's target group, that's a change theory, impact measuring, market and business model. You see the table windows, and it's easy to go from one to another. And it's not that you might think at the beginning that you know everything, let's say, about target group, but that's again wrong approach. I think we are focused on interrelation of all the topics, and they are intertwined, and they're of equal value. So I would really recommend you to show your commitment to look at all those topics, because if we fail to have a good understanding of one topic, then the kind of chain or the flow of ideas is disrupted. So we need to get some background information on all these training topics. It doesn't hurt, and you just can't check your idea, the credibility or the viability of your idea now via this training platform. So when you join the platform, by the way, is customized to the other customer, so that everybody feels okay. And it's also textual information that you can see, and some video material, not to be boring, and some practical exercises, case studies are given. And if you think you need some additional information, you feel you don't quite understand something, we also have can provide additional information, different formats, different forms, and it's really very convenient for training. Let's say when we talk about problem analysis, quite often the reason, the cause for failure of any business is that the idea has been wrongly identified or shaped, and the activities introduced are not aimed at solving this problem, and meaning that either there are no customers, or the customers are not ready for your solution. So how can we possibly identify the problem as clearly as possible? How can we analyze the problem? And what does it mean to talk to the external players, to potential investors, so they understand the problem in the same way? And in any situation, let's say, even if we think that it's a superb business idea, we might be wrong. It's only when you choose to go outside, or let's say you go into virtual reality and talk to the potential customer, and you ask if it's a real problem for him or her, and if he or she is ready to pay for that, you get the answer. If when you raise a question about the payment for these services, you might get the answers, no, nobody's ready to pay. So same rules apply to social enterprises. Even if your client wants to buy impact, could it be that your solution might look promising, but the customer might not think that it's worth investing into that solution, because the customer might think that there are many other much more important priorities to be undertaken. So, to put it bluntly, I really advise that you take some time to define your problem. And as I said, there are video clips, and they are easy to understand, and you see here the person whom we have among our panel participators, and you will be given just crystal clear information on the problem analysis and other issues. Now, as I said, if you skip this stage, if your problem is not identified clearly, then you might have problems later on. So one of the mistakes is in defining your target group. You have to answer two questions. And you can take notes now, and after let's say our presentation, you can go to the platform and find the answer. Number one, what is your target group? And a lot depends on your definition, how sustainable your solution will be. And you might find the ideas whether your social enterprise can only exist within Lithuania, or maybe it has the potential to cross the boundaries, the borders of Lithuania, and be applied on the international level. And of course, it's very important to promote the awareness of the society, to contribute to the social good, to make sure that social enterprises become thriving. But let's not forget that it's important to think of competition, right? And we simply have to aim for international markets. But for that, you have to define your target markets. Then you will find on this platform something that most of you know, I think. It's change theory. What is that? If you want to find a recipe, how to teleport yourself 20 years into the future by clicking one button. No, I will disappoint you. We don't have this recipe on this platform, but the platform is very good in explaining how to define short-term and long-term goals, and medium-term, of course, goals, and how to measure, how to assess your resources, what is needed to achieve those goals, and what action should I take to achieve it, to achieve certain outcomes, desired outcomes. So when we talk about impact measuring, which is the following stage after change theory, we see several, you might think, basic things, two ways, right? Qualitative and quantitative. And change indicators mean certain measurement or quantitative. And when we come to quantitative, then we have to talk about the scope, maybe, or how many steps do I have to take in order to achieve this qualitative change. So very basic steps of strategic planning, KPIs, key performance indicators, easy but very important. And yes, four steps to achieve that. And also you will find practical tips. And one of the topics, most popular topics, is the market. Who is my customer, my client? And you will find lots of answers on the platform. I can't possibly give all the information right now, but all of us have to understand, and my message today is, let's not forget that social enterprise is a business model generating income, and therefore it's most important that there are customers for our goods and services, meaning the customers who pay for that, for such services and products which improve their way of life. Let's not forget about the needs of those customers who contribute, who invest into this impact. And when we talk about transition of public services or municipal investment and public procurement, when they procure impact, could happen that both are procured, but you have to understand the intention of your customer. Who is your customer? What are his or her intentions? Look at the competition, how competitive you are, and you can find all the information about that in this platform. You will have to test yourself, but you will not be graded. You can always go back, and business canvas, something you know from business, can be easily filled in after you complete the trainings on this platform. And let's say when you have a couple of minutes, whether you are going in an elevator or you can go through this again, and you can easily introduce this information to your potential customers. If this was just compressed information, and I would really like all of you to complete these trainings. Of course, when you fill in some tables, you think, oh, I'm doing fine, but how do I know whether it's really fine? So in such a case, you can ask for mentorship and mentors' comments. You can ask mentors to look at your ideas. Maybe they will help you identify the mistakes if there are any, and maybe they will encourage you in one way or another to start the business stage. And on the slide, you see the information about the social enterprises which have joined our platform already. And we have, as of today, we have 60 social enterprises registered in the platform who just wanted to spread information about themselves. And we have as many as 80 ideas, even more than social enterprises. So meaning this is something that's really promising and fascinating. And let's not stop. Let's generate our ideas. And when you need help, please don't hesitate to ask for support. And two more things I want to say. Let's cooperate, collaborate. In case of, let's say, confusion, you have our contacts together with our partners. We will always do whatever we can, and we can also encourage you. And when you become users of our platform, we would very much like to get your feedback to improve our improvement, meaning, and not only praise. We would really appreciate any critical remarks, because that's the driver for improvement. And we're not saying it's perfect. Yes, the trainings have to be revised, improved, and so the product is viable. So all your feedback will be invested into the further development of this platform. Jurgita, I'm done. And now, yeah, I thank you for this possibility to talk about our platform. Thanks for the compliment to my voice. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. These ideas should be turned into businesses. Inga, there's a question from the audience. Ronaldas wants to ask you, Inga, what do you think about this balance between those NGOs that would like to have high standards, but at the same time we don't have the standards. The standard that is, we want everybody to be doing very well. Well, I believe that if I understood you correctly, when you asked about the balance and disbalance, so the question for our viewers, are we talking about the services that private sector is providing now? And another very important question from this context is the criteria and the standards, are they not too high when we say that we want to transfer services? So who can reach this limit or this barrier? So my answer is boring. Apologize you. The standard of services has to exist, because if we don't understand what the standard is, how much the service costs, how effective it is, what result it gives, then that understands that we don't count cost effectiveness, and we don't know whether we are efficient and effective or whether we are not. So if not, so we should not transfer the services. Yeah, so there's very many elementary things, like basic things, what the public service is and how effective it is, and then quality standards have to be raised and obligatory for everybody in respect of quality. we should not close our doors, and we don't have to go and seek for very sophisticated standards. I believe basic principles have to be like something that should be with us. And when we agree on this, it's going to be easier for NGO sector who wants to achieve and reach a certain standard for them to comply with, but then it's not worth, you get a name, but you know what you are doing. Well, the same rules of the game and basic agreements instead of very sophisticated processes that close down the good aspirations or what you wanted to achieve. I believe Renaldas will comment. I don't know if I answered. Well, perhaps it's difficult to give an answer today, but yeah, we're just talking about our wishes or what we want. Thank you. We will go further. We have guests from the United Kingdom and Estonia. So.
Hello, Ben. Do you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Yogita. Hello.
Yeah.
You online, and I already said a few words about you in the beginning in Lithuanian. You both have very amazing biographies in social impact management, and also promotion. And there's common things that you have also, you both been in Vilnius. That's very good. And another thing I want to mention that you both were involved in writing Toolbox, which is maximizing your impact social guide for social entrepreneurs in 2017. So I hope you, during our talk today, you can recall if your views or your recommendations changed during this time. And in the first part of our session about social impact, we talked about the platform in Lithuania that is basically aim for capacity building and competences building for social entrepreneurs, but we still discuss a lot in Lithuania also how to implement this measurement and reporting, so it will be not too difficult for organizations, but also data would be valid and good enough, right? So I was thinking how to lead this discussion, so you have also some intrigue, and I will use the method of where do you stand method, when I will provoke you with some statements or questions, and then you either have to choose which side you support or provide your own definition. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so my first question is, and where I would like to start to discuss is to define what the social impact is, right? And we can also, very often we think we know everything, but even now when we come deeper and deeper to measurement, we call ourselves how academic we should be. So I will read you two definitions, okay? And then maybe you can say which one you prefer. So one is from Gekes 2014, which says, that's quite difficult to read, that social impact is the reflection of social outcomes as measurement, both long-term and short-term, adjusted for the effects achieved by others, alternative attribution, for effects that would have been happened anyway, that way, or for negative consequences, displacement, and for effects declining over time, drop off. So that's quite a difficult description, very academic one. And the other definition is that social impact is the value created as a consequence on someone's activity. So which definition would you prefer when you talk with social enterprises that you work with? And when you're creating the starters for social impact measurement? Who wants to start?
Thank you, Yogita. Shall I go first?
Please.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's great to be with you today and to reconnect with you and Jan. Last time we were working together, I think we both had more hair so we're both losing hair quickly. The definitions is a good question. I like the Gekes one. I actually also like the Jed Emerson one, and I will explain why I think both are okay. You don't have to choose completely. So the Gekes one is good because it talks about all of the outcomes that are as a consequence of your activities. This is your impact, and understanding your impact is knowing how much of the change in the outcomes is down to you. So it takes into consideration the contribution of others to that outcome. And I think this is a very important thing to understand about measuring social impact, is that everybody has an impact. We all have an impact in what we do. But how much of the change in people's lives, change in people's well-being is down to your activities? Because a lot of the change in people's lives may have happened anyway, or it may be happening because of someone else's activities. So you really need to understand how much of the change in the world, in people's lives or the environment is down to you. So I think the Gekes definition does quite well at making people think about your contribution to the change. The Emerson one is shorter and simpler, but it uses the word value. And value is different to impact. So value is a difficult word to describe, but we often use it as the relative importance of different things. If I have a phone and a cup, I may value the phone more than the cup because it is more important to me. So that is bringing, Emerson's definition talks about value, which is the relative importance, because when we have impact, there are many impacts. People's lives change in different ways. So value is understanding which impact is most important to that person. How do we create more? So I like both, and I think they both talk about different things.
Okay, Jan, do you think that we have to choose, or we should keep those both definitions? But if you are, imagine a small social enterprise, not very well academically prepared, would it be the first definition too difficult, too scary, even to start to think about your impact when you think about all those, different effects that you have to have in mind if you just, a small enterprise in the village of Estonia and want to do a good?
Hello once again, and I will just start with a small Baltic joke, which is related to the topic as well. When social entrepreneurship started to be promoted in Estonia in 2004, approximately, then we were looking for the closest organization who would be calling itself a social enterprise. In Estonia, there were none. In Latvia, of course not. And the closest one was Mano Guru in Lithuania, in Vilnius. So I was happy to be invited here. I will call those intriguing the definitions, the short one and the long one. I think that any organization, any program, any social enterprise should anyway start with the short one. And I agree with Ben that although it's very short, we can also think about what's the most correct way. Is it value? As Ben pointed out, value is relative. And of course, when we work with different stakeholders, then they may value different things to different extents. So according to my perspective, I prefer the word change. So what the changes, or does it stay as the table? When we talk about organizations and programs which are being scaled up, for example, not only in Vilnius, but all over the country, in health system, in educational system, in employment, working with vulnerable individuals, for example, I think that such programs should definitely have some components from this longer version very much in place. Maybe not each of them, but at least I would say that starting from avoiding or minimizing negative consequences should be a must for any program that is going to be scaled up. Concerning grassroots level social enterprises who are just starting out and who are developing still their approaches, I would say that the short definition is perfect to work with. However, they should also be aware of those aspects from the longer definition and thinking about how to apply them as easy as possible. For example, again, talking about those unintended or unexpected negative consequences, these ones should be implemented into thinking and testing also from the very beginning. So both the definitions are useful in different contexts. Any social enterprise working in any context, I think, should be aware of both of them.
Okay, so not very much intrigue in this question, but I want to another joke about the Manoguru and Estonians, and I've heard a version end of this joke that Estonians went to Manoguru, and I said, if Lithuanians can do that, we should definitely do that and better. So competition actually, and this kind of regional competition that every country wants to better actually may help us to create a standard maybe, or impact measurement standard that can be maybe used for all countries. I hope that this time we will not want to be better than others. Yes, Jan.
One addition, I feel that you are a bit disappointed that there was no intrigue. If we would choose any specific organization and start discussing which aspects from those definitions to implement and how, then the intrigue would start, because then I guess even the management of the organization would not necessarily agree, for example, which components from this longer version implement or not. Yeah, so I guess the intrigue starts in practice.
Well, if you were meeting online, I would ask you to stand in one place or other place, so you will not have a choice. Now you are safe at your home with your computer, so you can take this middle. Yeah, I totally agree. Those probably definitions are not competing with itself, but they just give some kind of feeling how academic, how difficult you should think about impact, and how how as a policymaker should communicate this to the different audiences, how sophisticated you should be. But I hope that the next statement will actually will give us more maybe disagreement, because it's a quotation from recent article and giving evidence is questioning if social enterprises actually can or should measure the impact themselves, or there should be someone from outside doing that. So the quotation is, the incentive, their social enterprises incentive is obviously to make themselves look as great as possible. Impact evaluations are used to compete for funding, so their incentive is to produce research that is flattering. That can mean rigging to research to make it flattering, and or burying findings that doesn't flatter them. I say this having been a charity CEO myself and done both. So the question is if social enterprises actually can be honest with measuring impact, because if one of the purpose to measure impact is to get a funding or investment, yeah, will they be honest with providing the data? Then your organization is creating the standards, and how you deal with this dilemma or with this thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard it before.
I was going to let Jan go first. but I will answer. You hit the nail on the head, Yogita, when you talk about the purpose. You know, we need first of all to think about why are we doing impact measurement. If it is to get funding or marketing, then it tends to be an exercise in telling the world how great you are. If the purpose is actually to improve and hold you accountable to your mission, then impact measurement becomes part of a management tool, continuous improvement, and it maybe is about collecting data that you don't share publicly. So in truth, all of these purposes exist at the same time, which is why it's quite difficult. Unfortunately, I think most people do it because they want to get funding and they want to tell the world how good they are, which is necessary, but that's what they do first of all. And that means that the focus of their data will be on demonstrating and providing evidence that they are doing good things. I wish that people would start with the other purpose, which is about creating data systems, mechanisms for understanding how you can improve the impact you're having. How can you make as much positive change as you can? If you start with that purpose, you have a different approach to collecting data. You may collect data that shows that you are having negative impact or you are not having as much impact as you could. And that then becomes more useful for your decision making and continuous improvement. It may not be data that you then put in a report, but it becomes useful. So my final point is I encourage social entrepreneurs to think about those two purposes and audiences. And even when they are reporting to investors and funders, I think it is actually very powerful if they can be transparent and honest about how they can do better, how it is not always perfect. They're not always creating as much impact as they can, and what they are doing, what methods they have in place to continuously improve. And if you can present that to a funder, I think it makes you more credible and realistic, and hopefully should give you the funding anyway.
So, but what is the practice in UK, right? Is it organization to combine the inner measurement and or they outsource? What is the most encouraged practice there?
I think, if I'm being honest, it's still the main driver is on demonstrating how good you are. And there are some good examples of organizations that have also got a more holistic approach about continuous improvement, but it's not as common, and you don't hear about it as often. You see more the lovely impact reports that tell the world how great they are.
But do you have also the standards of impact measurement that are set up by the government or by investment funds that you just have to use it, or you have to, for example, to hire someone outsider, or usually your investors trust the measurement that is done by organization itself?
I would say there's an interesting development at the moment in the UK, but also internationally, to meet standards of practice. So standards of practice is different to reporting an amount of impact or the performance of your organization. Obviously, every social enterprise will want to tell the story about the amount of impact that we've created. We've created this amount of impact. But what's interesting now is Social Value UK have got something called the Social Value Management Certificate. And that certificate doesn't say that you've created this amount of impact. It says that as an organization, you have good systems and processes in place for managing your value. Also, the UNDP, which is the United Nations Development Programme, they have been working with Social Value International to develop a set of practice standards for investors and for enterprises. And again, that looks at the systems and the processes that an enterprise has within its organization in an attempt to manage their contribution towards the SDGs. So I can share the link in the chat in a moment. And that is an interesting development because standards are now focusing on what is best practice, not an amount of impact or an amount of value, but what practice should exist within an organization. And that practice will include things like meaningful stakeholder engagement, are decisions being made, is there negative outcomes being considered as well? So it's forcing enterprises to demonstrate that they have good systems and processes in place for managing all of their impact, not just the positive.
Great idea. I think it's really interesting how it will develop, that it can be applied elsewhere. Jan, what do you think about this thought that organizations actually cannot be very objective while reporting their impact? Is it only solution then to outsource measurement, or to have then if you have the standard but not really then, or follow the standard that can prove that you have, as Ben mentioned, the good enough procedures in your organization inside?
If my previous answer was like a politician's answer, that it depends on that context. So now I'm happy to report that at least in the present context of the Baltic states, I completely disagree with the statement. And the reason is that I feel that it's not yet a mainstream way to think among the staff and volunteers of social enterprises about intentionally creating impact. It's still mostly doing good or providing those very useful services and making people happy, etc., etc. So the level of impact thinking, as we called it in the handbook that Jurgita referred to, it's not yet very much developed. And I don't think that the best way to develop a plant, which is still very, very small, is to start attacking it aggressively. Although it may be very well to attack it, because yeah, it should be much stronger. And so I think that the way forward would be to introduce how to let's say create more impact, even if it's much of those positive indicators oriented. That any organization, for example, working with students as a social enterprise, that they would be really measuring their learning outcomes, or if they are providing, for example, psychological counseling, that they would have those mental health questionnaires and indicators, and that they would also start reporting it, even if it is as a marketing material. And then when such approach has been mainstreamed, then of course the level of requirements also from the outside should increase. I think that a very good parallel is with large corporations and corporate social responsibility, which in the first decade or even longer was practically 100% about marketing. And in the beginning it was needed because there were many debates even whether corporations should have social responsibility or not, or maybe it's just getting as much profit as possible in the framework of existing laws. And now the CSR approach has been the mainstream, and at least now I feel that the obligations also concerning accountability, concerning the corporations, will much increase. So if they claim something about climate change mitigation or their employment standards, then the external stakeholders are justifiably much more critical. if the process would have started with that you have to be socially responsible and you have to measure everything and to be accountable to any stakeholder, then I think that the process of getting the corporations more responsible, it would have been much slower, because they would have felt that it's very dangerous for them and they would have attacked, I guess. And of course, in the case of social enterprises, it's not that they don't share the values of creating impact. It's more like sometimes this simplistic thinking, maybe, that if our stakeholders smile to us, then it means already impact, or simply not having resources and having long working days. So they first need to start with those simpler tools to implement impact thinking among their staff and volunteers, and then the requirements can be higher. So those sum up, the statement would be valid, I hope, in 5 or 10 years in our countries. At the moment, I would be happy if social enterprises would have more indicators and storytelling, even if it's just for their marketing.
It's interesting, Jan, you mentioning corporate social responsibility, and you would say that, you know, there's a huge market for that, and we have few standards, right, corporate social responsibility, but still I wouldn't say there is one standard to use for CSR, right? So then you are working on the standardizing, right, the social values. So do you, in Lithuania, we sometimes people ask, you know, can you make a tool when I, you know, put my results, outputs, and then I receive very nice result in the end of my impact? So do you believe there could be some kind of standardized standard that can be used by all country and by all countries and by different kind of social enterprises working in very different fields?
Yeah, I want to repeat something that Inga said, which was about principles. And that's what we think can be standardized. We believe that a set of principles can be applied by all organizations. What we don't believe in is that there is a standardized set of indicators for all organizations. If you try and create the list, the one list that has all the information for all organizations, it will be impossible. The list will be too big of things to measure. So it also won't be useful information for the social entrepreneur in actually making decisions, continuous improvement. So in terms of standardization, I believe it is possible to standardize the process of managing your impact. And we can standardize the application of principles. Have the principles been adhered to and applied in the right context for a small social enterprise, a big corporation, even a government department? So I think we can get standardization on principles, but not on indicators.
Yeah, so there are few ideas like, you know, theory of change, social return for investment. They have few ideas that we can be used. Do you think we just pick up one of those, or we should create the better one from all those ideas that are going around?
Me personally, I would argue that the Social Value International's principles are ones that Lithuania markets should consider, because all over the world, Social Value International has networks and organizations that are applying these principles. They are pretty universal. They are compatible with tools like theory of change. I must signpost people to the guide that Jan and I were involved in creating. It has a chapter on theory of change, because theory of change is a very useful tool to think about how you might create change. And then principles for measuring and managing impact. I would refer people to SVI's principles. Also in the guide for social entrepreneurs, we talk about 10 impact questions. these are a bit like the principles because they kind of ask people, what information do I need to manage impact? And so those are also a very useful starting point for people.
Yes, I think OECD also mentioned in the recommendations, they recommend policymakers to provide social enterprises with the libraries of indicators that, to help them to find the right indicator if it's available in country or elsewhere. So my next statement is actually from OECD impact study, and it says that it's discussed the mandatory of the impact measurement, saying that giving the mandatory disclosure does not seem overly effective, and that social impact measurement is still an evolving field, similarly to the social enterprises themselves. Policymakers should not only support the use of proven existing metrics, but also provide incentives, at least in the short term, to experiment with voluntary bottom-up metrics. And we kind of talked a bit about it before, after Inga's presentation, because there was a question from audience saying that maybe we put too big of pressure on social enterprises, the pressure that even public organization doesn't have, and we ask them to compete. And the same OECD in the same study said that you cannot pressure too much, because then social enterprise cannot be competitive with the business that doesn't do impact measurement. So should impact measurement should be somehow connected with some kind of incentives, as OECD recommends, how to make it impact measurement not too difficult for organizations, not to ask for them too much of resources for that. And so my question is also, do you think it should be mandatory? And in what circumstances should be mandatory?
I would recommend that, of course, there should be some common standard which would apply for the whole sector, at least for those social enterprises who are working with public sector and are getting also taxpayers' money, for example, for those service provisions. However, I think that the basic platform should be very simple. So maybe a combination of 3 aspects. Also, I saw that in Lithuanian website, there was this very simplified version of theory of change, and I much recommend it because, of course, there are other linear models as well, but the theory of change can be very powerful because it's like this business model canvas, but for planning and generating and measuring impact. So all social enterprises should have it because it already helps to answer the most basic questions, and even more importantly, for mainstreaming impact thinking, it's very easy to visualize as well. Then there could be, in the beginning, a few of the principles as well, which Ben was referring to. For example, what I like very much from Social Value International's approach is this listening to the stakeholders' voice and the stakeholders' needs, so that this theory of change would not just consist of the information from the heads of the staff, but it would also include and involve the voice of the stakeholders. And then there should be some KPIs or some indicators. I very much agree with Ben that it's impossible to create like a list which would include indicators for any activity output, outcome, and impact. On the other hand, I think that what can be very useful are those sector-specific or topic-specific indicators, especially in relation to social enterprises. For example, in most countries, the sector where the most social enterprises are working in is related to employment of the different disadvantaged target groups. And of course, there could be standardized indicators related to employment services and employment provision. However, it should be allowed as well, as it was mentioned in this OECD code, that there could be some grassroots innovation and recommendations as well. Because if I work with my stakeholders and I find out that actually there is something valuable for them which should be measured and which creates value to the society, and it's not included yet to this Bible of indicators, but then of course the Bible of indicators should be updated. So to sum it up, there should be some mandatory platform. However, in the beginning, quite light, and having a combination of very simple theory of change, 2 or 3 principles. Although when organization grows, it should apply all of the principles, and then some basic indicators, sector specific as well.
Mm-hmm. But I was just thinking, maybe in UK, I think it's already, you know, public services much more, you know, they're already measuring the impact, because that was the kind of reaction from Lithuanian entrepreneurs saying, you know, if you make us to measure the impact, but public service is not doing that, it's just not fair. So what do you, is it like that in UK you already have very effective public service and social enterprises are already competitive with them? And then the measurement can be mandatory because it's all service providers have the same rules. Otherwise, what I'm trying to say that the competition should be like fair, right? That business companies, social enterprises, public organizations that provide social services, they should compete in the same at the same basis, right? They should be going to the same standards.
Yeah, personally, I do believe it should be mandatory. I believe policy and legislation should exist that makes reporting and accounting for impact mandatory, just like financial accounting. So everywhere in the world, there are laws that businesses, organizations must publish their accounts, and that those accounts must be audited, have some assurance that they are a true and fair reflection of the financial value of the organization. So logically, if we care about social and environmental impact, that also must be treated the same. So in the UK, what is the policy situation? Well, it is a little bit mixed. We have a legislation which requires all public spending by governments over £100,000 to evaluate the social value of that contract. So all enterprises, social enterprises, but also businesses, any organizations that win a contract to deliver public services, taxpayers' money, as Jan said, they have to evaluate the social value that they create. So that's a good step. It creates a level playing field, like you say. Everybody has to report it, but it's not perfect because there is no standard way of doing it. People are doing it in different ways, and also there is no assurance or audit of the information yet. I'm a big believer that it needs to be assured, or at least tested against one standard. Otherwise, the information is not really being considered, in my opinion. And the last point I'll say is that the European Commission have recently changing their legislation on the way big businesses report their non-financial information. So maybe this is less relevant for social enterprises, but for big businesses working in the European Union, they will soon have to report all of their social and environmental information, and for that information to be audited and assured. So legislation at the EU level is changing and being stricter on reporting social and environmental impact. And also in the UK, there is some legislation. It's not perfect. Let's not pretend it is perfect at all, but it is a good start, which is making more and more people think about how they're reporting it. And so I think in 5 years' time, I think there will be more and more mandatory reporting. And I hope that that will also be requiring for verification and assurance of that information.
Okay, good to know. So we have to get ready. There's no way to escape. It just maybe is a question, what the right steps to take towards it, right? So in Lithuania, the first step we did with this, with the platform is mainly for capacity building, to understanding the principles, right? It's not for reporting yet. And we were thinking, talking, discussing this question, the reporting question, right? Once you already start to measure how you should report, how to standardize maybe this. So what would be your recommendations for a country like Lithuania? Where to go now after, let's say, in this year, everyone gets very, very competent, knowledgeable about principles of social impact and social impact management. So what's the next step there? That's not the statement. It's you have to find your own answer here.
Jan, do you want to go first?
Okay. So there would be two recommendations. One recommendation is to bring together social enterprises working in the same sector, so that they could be exchanging the experience about how they are implementing the principles and how they are working with the platform, because that could speed up the learning process a lot. And also there are some impacts which usually public sector requires and is also stupid enough to ask from individual organizations, but which can be measured only on community level, for example, looking, for example, at the higher trends and higher statistics. So I think that also, which is a recommendation number 2, that the public sector should step up as well, and to provide, for example, background information, benchmarks, etc., because what I sometimes see in Estonia is that the public sector in public contracts is asking more and more information from private service providers. However, those programs which are directly funded by public organizations, these are maybe measuring only the activities and outputs. Yeah, so two recommendations: to bring social enterprises working in the same sector together, that, for example, they could develop their theories of change and also how they would apply those principles in practice, that they would do it together. And on the other hand, that the public sector would not just be requiring and giving tools, but would also integrating impact thinking into public sector's activities more.
Cool. I will write it down. I will summarize after the forum. Ben, what are your thoughts? What we can learn and adopt from your experience?
Sorry, I wasn't running away. Just there was a knock at the door and I needed to get that. So I may have missed some of Jan, but I agree. Peer networks is very important. So I would support that. Bring together different people who are all thinking about this, but maybe from different sectors, because maybe social entrepreneurs are thinking about this, but also public sector and also private sector and investors. So the more you can bring all of these actors together to get a common understanding of why we're doing this. Maybe people use different words, like we started the conversation today on definitions, impact, outcomes, change, value. There are lots of different words, and we will only be able to do this better if we talk amongst ourselves and understand what we're actually talking about here. So I think bringing people together to create those networks and peer networks is the first thing. And I would encourage people not to standardize metrics or indicators. I don't think that is helpful. I would encourage people to focus on principles and applying that, because you can apply it to small organizations, big organizations, and also focus on the practice, the procedures, the systems that people have in place, rather than the numbers, because you can get carried away with the big numbers and the things like that. But actually what's important is that organizations slowly build up their capacity and systems and processes for doing impact management very well.
Thank you very much. And I'm also thinking we probably should support that practices, right, by maybe communication campaigns that people enjoy doing that, right, that they're not just doing for themselves. So I guess communication would also maybe help here. And I know that in UK you have great campaigns like by social, right? Maybe you have other good examples how to communicate. Reporting sounds very like, narrow, but maybe you have a good examples how to communicate the idea itself and motivate organizations to measure. For me, it's one of the best examples is probably a bi-social campaign, when organizations want to measure because they know that they will be seen as better ones, and maybe it will increase their sales in the market, right? Are there any other new ones, ideas that we can just borrow or steal? Maybe in Estonia, Jan, are you maybe your policymakers are planning to do some kind of, motivation campaigns, how to encourage people to measure the impact?
I have another suggestion, is that talking about social impact, social performance, environmental performance should now be part of the conversation about being a more resilient business and being able to survive and just prosper more generally, because with the new generation of people, the young people, they want to work for organizations with purpose. Organizations with purpose and creating social impact are more able to survive recessions and unexpected shocks like coronavirus. So I think it's not just about being nice, it's actually about being a better business. So that's another communication message that perhaps you can introduce.
Cool, I like that word, resilience, and better business. Better, not just better because it's nice, but better to be more effective, right, and more profitable, right? Jan, if you, I've done with my questions, but maybe you want something to add, or maybe you have thoughts from the discussion that are coming up and you want to share.
Well, one additional aspect to this peer-to-peer learning, for example, concerning the standards about corporations, it may happen that those standards stay quite on superficial level. For example, the standard says that you should look at the whole of your supply chain, and then you should take into account all of the negative impacts in particular, positive as well, and then you should negotiate with all your suppliers how to mitigate those the negative impacts and how to minimize these. And then the standard ends. And then also the people working in the corporations, they can become quite confused. So how should we do it in-house? Should we get someone from outside, etc., etc. And even if corporations are struggling and they have much financial resources, I think it's very important that we don't put, let's say, too high bureaucratic, idealistic requirements to social enterprises, which are mostly grassroots level, quite small, having quite few financial resources, but all those requirements would be accompanied by examples and also the possibilities to develop approaches together and also get feedback to those approaches, whether those practical approaches are according to the initial meaning of the standard. And of course that everything that public sector requires, they would also do themselves. I can give just at the end one positive example from Estonia, and it's concerning youth work. So all the programs working with young people, their public sector has become a role model. That on the one hand, they have a very strong quantitative measurement, especially when working with disadvantaged youth. And on the other hand, they have very strong ethos of involving young people's voice as well. And of course, it also influences those NGOs and social enterprises for working with young people, because they see that the public sector is not only preaching, well, they're not preaching at all, they're doing it and they are requesting it.
Thank you. Very interesting to talk to you. I see you don't have questions, and I wonder, is it because people don't have questions or we are talking too much? I don't know. But we will be sharing all the, well, maybe there's one question, please. No, you don't have questions. But I hope we inspired some thought. And even if you don't have questions, if people will have a comment, please share in the event link as well. And maybe our discussion will inspire more discussion in Lithuania as well. And we will be sharing the links that Ben said, and also the toolbooks, Maximize Your Impact Guide for Social Entrepreneurs. And as you said, it's still very valid and you believe it's a good thing. Very good. So I thank you very much for your time and for helping us to understand better where we can go, what we can do in Lithuania, and hope we will see you another time in Vilnius as well. Have a great day, guys. And
thank you, Gita. Thanks, Jan.
Thank you very much. See you again.
Bye.
Bye.
Sveiki sugrįžę po pertraukos. Noriu Jūs pasveikinti paskutinėje socialinio verslo forumo sesijoje, kuri bus apie pinigus ir socialinio.
And now we're going to talk about money and about social impact investment. Well, it's because in recent years we keep talking about public investment, but also private investment and private investors. During this session, you will have a wonderful opportunity what has been done by way of reporting and what do we need in order to develop. And the session is going to go in English, but please ask questions in the Lithuanian language as well, and we will transfer them, the questions to be translated. So we are here, you know, with Phil Tilba, who is the moderator.
Welcome, everybody. I'm going to be hosting a session over the next hour and a half on social finance. And the session is going to be split into two. We're going to have a couple of speakers doing some presentations and really just sharing some insights in the work that they're doing and involved in around social finance. And then the second part of the session will be very much a discussion amongst friends, where we're going to cover a range of topics around this area of social finance. And that'll include two panelists that will join us. That'll be Modestus and Thomas. I just want to introduce a little bit more around this idea of social finance. This is linked to the project that Elena is going to be talking about in a minute, which is a European Union funded project. But clearly, social finance and investment in social enterprises is critically and vitally important. We've touched upon this at various stages throughout today's conference. So just by way of a definition of trying to make some clarity around what we mean by social enterprise, or what I mean by social finance, there's two distinctive points here. There is social impact investing, which is really around buying outcomes. So the purchasing the investment to get a particular result or outcome. And that is very distinct to social investment, which is around investing in a social enterprise, a social business, to build its capacity, to help it achieve its vision and mission, and to help it deliver a particular certain policy goal or objective. So they are very much the same, two sides of the same coin, but I think there's a distinction here to be made, which we will get into a little bit more detail in one of the presentations that will be led by Raimonda, but also in on our panel discussion later on. So I'm delighted to introduce to you our first speaker, who's going to be Elena, who's a partner from Catalyst Ventures, and she's going to be sharing just a little bit more about the social finance project, which 70 Ventures is leading alongside Catalyst Ventures. So Elena, over to you.
Hi, Phil, and thanks a lot for having me on this panel discussion. It's really exciting to be in this space, to be honest, and to hear so much about what's going on in the social enterprise market in Lithuania, and what are the developments and opportunities for the future. And I guess this is why we're here, right, to kind of pull together all that knowledge from all the different actors in the social enterprise market in Lithuania, and see what we can achieve together. So I'll be quickly sharing shortly about the social finance project that we kicked off in the beginning of this year, shortly the agenda of what I will be covering is an overview of about the project itself and the partners who are leading it, some of the purpose and objectives, and a little bit of a background why is there a need for a social finance project in Lithuania, and how exactly are we planning to achieve the planned objectives. And just to start with a quick overview for you to understand what the social finance project is about. It's a 2-year project, as Phil was saying, funded by the European Commission, and it aims to contribute to the development of the social finance market by different means. So one of them is to design and to launch a financial instrument or instruments that would help social enterprises to develop and scale their businesses, and also to support them in building the capacity necessary to do so. So to help them become investment ready through the training of a wide range of skills, basically, that would help them to scale their business. And shortly also about the partners that are involved in this project, as Phil was mentioning, the lead partner on the project is 70 Ventures, and together with us, Catalysta Ventures, who are delivering basically the planned activities within the project. It is supported by the European Commission and also by a partnership of organizations here in Lithuania, which includes Versli Lietuva, Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania, and ESPA, and also supported by a wider stakeholder group. So we're talking about NVO Avelis, about Litbank, Gerenore, Linden, Invega, and so on. So really, like, we have quite an ambitious lineup of activities for the next 2 years, and this would not be possible without the partners that are involved and without the conversation that we're having during the workshops and sessions. We've already kicked off the first phase of the project, and it's been an interesting discussion. And I think what's important here is that everyone is on this journey together, that this is led by multiple actors in the social enterprise market. And we're all, you know, aiming for this North Star, that is to support social enterprises to have the similar opportunities and possibilities to be financed as well, just like traditional startups do currently. And to just quickly go over the big picture, why is there a need for a social finance project, and what are kind of the main challenges that triggered this project? Basically, it's not a secret. Social enterprises are viewed as caring a lot about the social mission that they're carrying, and not so much about the financial resilience, and that is the general perceptions that with this project we're also trying to shift, basically. And there are barriers that exist on both the demand side and on the supply side. So both if we're talking about social enterprises, and to be honest, the definition of a social enterprise is very fluid currently. On one hand, you have the typical NGOs and associations that are driven strongly by their social mission, and on the other hand, you have the more traditional startups or entrepreneurs with purpose, as we call them, that are that identify a social issue in their community, or that affects them or their community, and are trying to develop a business model that would help to address that issue. And they're not only looking at having the social impact, but also looking at having that social impact consistently in the long term by becoming financially resilient. But there are still barriers on both sides, basically, and there are barriers in social enterprises being investment and contract ready, but also barriers, and as in investors are not ready to take on the risk by investing in social enterprises. So there is a gap, basically, that we need to mitigate, and to also help social enterprises measure their not only social impact, but also their financial impact and so on. And then generally the markets are currently underdeveloped. And to be honest, the barriers that you're seeing right now on the screen, we also have validated them in the first stage of the project, where we carried out some workshops and sessions trying to get a baseline assessment of what is the current situation of social financing in Lithuania. And the findings that we basically came across concern a lot of different aspects, including training. So social enterprises, even though there are some opportunities for training and for skill building, there is not enough specialized support, just like for traditional startups. So you have all sorts of mentorship programs and so on for the traditional startups, and networking opportunities, and investor interest as well for traditional startups, but not so much for the social enterprises. Also because the definition of a social enterprise is a little bit fluid, but also the general perception that social enterprises are not financially resilient. So this is another finding that is a little bit of a barrier here when we're talking about social financing. Just aside from all of these barriers, there are basically a lot of opportunities as well. So there is demand from the public sector for social enterprise services. Of course, we need to still support social enterprises in positioning those products and services that with the help of technology, with the help of various actors in the market. So that is essentially what we're trying to achieve with this project, is to kind of overcome all of these barriers that I've been describing, and to help these social enterprises become investment ready, to be able to attract investment, and to be able to seek out as well, to show that they are financially resilient, not just have a social impact. And the North Star of the project is, of course, to design and launch a strategy for a financial instrument or instruments that can help social enterprises to scale their businesses. And why we're saying instruments as well is because different investors might have different needs. So maybe they want to tap or support enterprises at a very early stage, in the pre-seed stage, for example, while other investors want to support in the growth stage. So this is all a journey basically for us for the next 2 years, to understand what are the needs from the enterprise side and from the investor side, and to come up with some recommendation for this financial instrument. And on the background of all of that, of course, there is a lot to be done to share the expertise and knowledge. So with different workshops, with sessions to involve all these actors in the social enterprise market. So just to cover as well a little bit on how exactly are we going to achieve all of these objectives, very ambitious objectives that we've set. We have already started. We're in the first phase right now, which is ecosystem mapping, and we started looking at the demand side. So who are the social enterprises? What are they doing? What kind of structure do they have? Is that an NGO or a startup, MB, a partnership, and also what are their investment needs? So what do they need funding for? If they have ever secured funding before, how was that used and how did that translate into impact? So all of these bits and pieces of information on the demand side, we're trying to map with three-stage methodology. Basically, we're trying to first run a survey to just see who is out there and what kind of legal structures do they have, and what kind of investments needs do they have. Then moving on to running some focus groups, going more in depth around some specific topics around investment, and then having some one-to-one interviews with entrepreneurs, with social enterprise founders, to discuss their idea all the way down to investment. If they have secured investment before, how did they do it? What was that investment used for? What were the challenges, and so on. And we will be doing the same thing on the supply side, basically to understand what is the appetite for risk from the investor side as well, because social enterprise investing is a little bit different than startup investing. And while startup success basically is you can easily show it with financial results, and it's easily measurable, it's much more challenging to show the impact of a social enterprise, because for a social enterprise, both the impact on the social side and the financials are equally important. And it's easy to show some financial KPIs, right? But it's not as easy to show the social impact. So there is a lot of work to do there, and to understand from an investor perspective, what are they looking at? So that's just the first stage, and we have basically 2 years ahead. So there's quite a journey for us in front. Next, we will be moving into as well, helping the social enterprises to build the necessary capacity and skills to be investment ready and to attract investment. And hopefully by the end of the ecosystem mapping and all of these activities, we will have enough material to support social enterprises that could be centralized on a social finance platform. That would be a one-stop hub for social enterprises when they are seeking to learn more about the legal structures that they can look at the types of the investment that they can secure, at the general situation in the market, at best practices from other EU countries and so on. And of course, on the back of that, a lot of knowledge sharing activities as well, like workshops and sessions and events, kind of topping up with a national social finance conference as well. So as you can see, there is quite a lineup of things that we are aiming to do. It is quite ambitious, but just to stress it again, we're so lucky that we have quite a strong partnership as well, and a consortium of partners basically, and associated stakeholders that are all contributing to mapping all of this information, and then to hopefully at the end of the 2 years, we're able to look at, you know, the North Star that we were looking at in the beginning and say that we can actually see some of the impact that we had with the project. That's it from me, and back to you, Phil.
Much, Elena, for that presentation and a really good introduction to the social finance project here in Lithuania. And so what we've done is really focus specifically on the kind of local context for social finance, and there is some existing practice and knowledge and experience which we'll start to get into in the panel discussion. But the purpose of this work is really to take it from a national perspective to see what is going on the demand side, the supply side, and the information support needs of the intermediaries currently providing support or able to provide support for social finance development in Lithuania. I'd like to introduce in a moment Raimonda from Visionary Analytics, who has taken very much a kind of a supranational perspective. So she's really, through her research on social impact investing, has looked at what is going on across the European Union and come up with some good case study examples. And so Raimonda will be sharing and talking through us through some concepts as well as some good practice examples. So Raimonda, over to you.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to talk during this event. It's great to see numbers on the YouTube channel and see that so many people are interested in this topic. So my name is Raimonda, and as Phil mentioned, I work as researcher in Visionary Analytics. And today I'll present you some insights from our recent study on social impact investment, which was commissioned by the European Parliament. And my presentation will have 3 main parts. In the beginning, I will define what social impact investment is. Then I will shortly describe how social impact investment ecosystem looks like. And the main part of my presentation will focus on the public policy strategies and measures that facilitate the progress in the social impact investment market. It means that I will mostly talk about public interventions that might be useful for this area. So let's begin with the definition. Shortly, social impact investment is the use of money to generate both social and financial returns at the same time. And it offers a way to help social organizations to access suitable finance and improve their ability to deliver impact. Therefore, social impact investment could be understood as the business case for what was previously perceived as mostly philanthropic activities. Various organizations were always expected to generate some impact and create some positive social impact. However, it was not expected that they can generate some financial returns at the same time. And social impact investment, the same as the idea of social business, challenges this stereotype by showing that investors investing in the social impact could also expect at least some financial returns. And probably here it's really important to mention that social impact investment and social investment are quite often used as synonyms. However, they are quite different concepts. While social impact investment is more like a financial instrument, social investment is like an approach towards social policy. For instance, we can think that By investing in schools, after 50 years, we will have a better welfare state. So it's not social impact investment in this case. And social impact investment relies on three key elements. It's social impact intentionality, impact measurement, and profit orientation. Social impact intentionality means that creation of positive impact by addressing some social needs, such as unemployment, inequality, and similar ones, is the main objective of social impact investment. The second thing, impact measurement, means that the impact of intended social change needs to be measured and monitored during the entire cycle of investment. This means that it's not enough to claim that we made the world a better place. It should be measured somehow and monitored all the time. And the third thing is profit orientation, which means that the money loaned or invested in addressing social needs is expected to generate financial returns. As you see from the slide, the social impact investment ecosystem is quite complex. The driving force behind social impact investment is the desire to address some social needs and solve social challenges, such as poverty, inequality, sustainability-related challenges, and similar ones. Capital providers, or in other words, investors, are on the supply side of the social impact investment ecosystem. And this side includes all entities or independent actors that provide financing. And investors could come from both private or public sector. So it could be some billionaires, some municipalities, and other entities. Investment targets, or in other words, investees, are located on the demand side of social impact investment ecosystem. And the demand side consists of a variety of organizations that directly address social needs through their activities. It means that solving social challenges should be their main activity and the main purpose. So it could be social enterprises, non-profit, and similar organizations. Investors may provide capital directly to the investees. However, this process is quite complex and demanding a lot of time and efforts. Therefore, investment usually are provided through the investment funds. One more component of the social impact investment ecosystem, which is quite often forgotten, is strong intermediaries. Intermediaries are entities and independent actors that link supply and demand side actors, and they also provide support to both these sides. And depending on the function, intermediaries could be financial, such as banks, or capacity building, such as accelerators, incubators, and other examples. And finally, this social impact investment ecosystem is located in the environment, and the enabling environment refers to all legal, regulatory, or economic conditions contributing to the development of social impact investment market. So it could be definition of social enterprises that exist in the country, some economic situation of a country, and similar situations. As you see from this ecosystem, there are a lot of parts, and it means that a well-functioning social impact investment market depends on the successful functioning of all components of the social impact investment ecosystem. And the existence of a necessary legal framework, a relatively straightforward business environment, and all other conditions are necessary to reach significant progress. For these reasons, the development of social impact investment market becomes a rather complex process. Therefore, it is quite unlikely that significant progress in this area, especially in the early stages, as it is in Lithuania right now, could be achieved without the additional support from the public sector and public interventions. Therefore, during the next part of my presentation, I will focus on an overview of policy measures that could facilitate development of the social impact investment market. And theoretical framework distinguishes 4 general types of policy instruments based on their design and purpose. So relevant public measures could be defined as steering social impact investment market, as ruling, financing, or informing. And during the next part, I will describe these general types of actions one by one, and I will provide some specific examples from other European Union member states that were implemented during the last years and helped to achieve significant progress in this area. The first and probably the most important type of policy measures are referred as steering, and it means employing government structure and capacities for the purpose of development social impact investment market. And policy initiatives attributed to this category work as the key drivers of social impact investment market development. So all other measures that I will present later in my presentation should start from the steering, because it's the first step. And this category includes 2 main actions. First, the establishment of policy entities responsible for the facilitation of social impact investment market. In simple words, someone needs to take responsibility and wheel into their hands. For example, 7 European Union member states and the European Union itself have established social impact investment national advisory boards. And these national advisory boards lies between government institutions and other stakeholders of social impact investment market, and they steer the development of a market by providing guidelines, developing strategies, and similar actions. In some other countries, the market is steered by national institutions such as ministries or particular governments. And second, really important component of steering is the development of national strategies for impact investment. This means that we need to have a clear and detailed map to know where we are going and how we are going during the next years. And there are some examples across the European Union proving that employing government structures to ensure the rapid development of social impact investment market and creating strategies for social impact investment could lead to really significant progress in relatively short time. One of the best examples probably is Portugal, and the rapid development of social impact investment market in Portugal started around a decade ago. And before that, social business and social impact investment was quite in the early stages there. But around a decade ago, social innovation and social entrepreneurship emerged as priorities in the Portuguese public agenda. More specifically, Portugal identified these 2 areas as a key priority of its 2014-2020 partnership agreement with European Commission. The entire development of social impact investment market was led and managed by several dedicated organizations, but they were led by Portuguese Social Investment Task Force. And actions of Social Investment Task Force resulted in the creation of a blueprint for Portugal's emerging social investment market. And this is Portugal's strategy for this area. And the strategy sets clear goals and provides clear direction for the creation of new legislation and policies. So it works as a map. Similar example of a positive impact of steering can be found in Finland. Progress was achieved when it was decided and clearly defined that from now on, Finnish Innovation Fund called Sitra will be responsible and focus on the development of social impact investment market. The second type of policy measures are called ruling. And it simply means setting and enforcing rules. This category refers to various regulatory, legislative, and fiscal measures that could be used to foster social impact investment. These regulatory measures might include adopting social impact reporting standards, improving public procurement processes, or removing existing barriers for investment. Legislative measures may include legislations targeted at social enterprises, for example, their definition, which was quite often talked during the first part of this forum. And fiscal measures are also important because they include tax incentives, investment relief, or fiscal regulation to improve business environment for social enterprises and for investors as well. The first step towards proper ruling is setting clear and relevant definition of a social impact investment itself and social impact investment actors, especially demand-side actors such as social enterprises. And this is not as easy as it could seem from the first sight. For instance, there are lots of definitions used across the European Union, and these definitions differ, and there are some, not all of them are clear enough. Moreover, there are some organizations that theoretically could act as demand-side actors, for example, profit with purpose businesses, but they are quite often excluded from the definitions of social enterprises, and this creates additional barriers. And challenges related to the definitions of social actors can be addressed by using the power of public institutions to rule. Around 18 or 20 European member states have established legislation defining social enterprises. It is also important to mention that already some countries have changed their initial definitions of social enterprises, reacting to the changing context and recognizing the diverse nature of social enterprises. For instance, in France, relevant law was amended to change the legal form of solidarity-based enterprises to a solidarity-based enterprise with a social purpose. And this new law identified particular features of social enterprises, and therefore it ensured that only organizations that focus on the creation of social impact are viewed as social enterprises, because previous law was too flexible and included a lot of organizations that are not actually social enterprises. In addition to laws, several European Union countries have also developed social enterprises marks. For instance, Germany has mark called the It Works stamp. And this stamp is provided to social enterprises that are the most successful in delivering impact. And this mark helps investors to search for the potential targets of their investment, knowing that, for example, this organization is especially successful. Ruling also means fiscal and tax incentives favorable for social impact investment. The most straightforward is alter taxation rules for social enterprises to make them as competitive as traditional businesses. Moreover, targeted public regulations might encourage institutional investors, for example, pension funds, to fund social economy. And among the best and one of the most interesting examples is the French government pension regulation called 9-10 employee savings schemes. And under the scheme, for-profit companies must offer their employees an option to allocate a small part, around 10% of their pension savings, to fund social enterprises, to invest into social enterprises. And employees who choose this option receive a tax exemption on their investment. Let's move to the third type of public measures, and it's called financing. And everything is quite straightforward. It means granting financial resources. In this case, the public budget is used to provide demand-side entities with funding that they often struggle to access from the private investors. And in this case, public budget and public institutions work as a supply-side actors. And government institutions can apply different types of actions to finance social impact investment. First, they could, and a lot of experts claim that they should allocate at least part of national or municipalities' budget to social enterprises by using financial mechanisms of social impact investment. And it's time, and it should become a widespread rule that national or regional social needs can be addressed not only by public institutions, but also by social enterprises that require investment and different logic. Secondly, and it's quite an important part, that majority of experts emphasize that European financial instruments have especially high potential to facilitate social impact investment market. It means that European Union funds could be allocated and distributed using financial mechanisms suitable for social impact investment. However, in most of the countries, not only in Lithuania, but grants remain the key mechanism for the distribution of the European funds, such as structural funds or recovery funds, and financial instruments tailored to the logic of social impact investment remain quite rare. And the third thing related to financing is that government contributions in the financial schemes decrease the risk of low or no financial returns and decrease transaction for private investors. It means that government funds in this case could work as a safety net and facilitate social impact investment market by this. And social impact bonds are example of this action. Social impact bonds are public-private partnership instruments, and during the last few years, they have emerged as quite interesting and relatively popular tool in some other countries. In the context of social impact bonds, public sector authorities pay for better social outcomes, social impact created by social enterprises, and they also use public savings to pay those private investors who funded the initiative for social enterprise at the first place. One specific example of social impact bonds is called Koto Social Impact Bond, And it was implemented in Finland, and it is probably the largest social impact bond implemented in Europe. The size was around 14 million euros. And Koto Social Impact Bond was a program that offered support and training for immigrants, helping them to find employment more quickly and easily. And the public sector, the Ministry of Economy and Employment in this case, they paid for positive social outcomes, employed or trained immigrants created by a social initiative, and used the public savings to pay the private investors who funded the initiative at the first place. And last but not least, type of policy measures is called informing, and it means simply providing and sharing information. First of all, it includes measures for the increased visibility and awareness to make social impact investment more widely known and attractive. And the second part refers to the measures that help stakeholders to keep not only informed about social impact investment in general, but also educated about specific aspects. So, for example, how could I receive investment? How could I invest into social enterprises? And what are the barriers and where I can get the help with it? And informing may include communication campaigns, consultations, research, and publications or similar activities. And you can find quite a lot of examples from different European Union member states on these actions. Moreover, measures focused on informing and educating are especially important to improve stakeholder competences relevant for the measurement of the impact, which is necessary in the case of social impact investment, but as Alana already mentioned, quite complicated and difficult process. So one great example is that it's called Turin Competence Center for Impact Measurement. And this center fosters impact evaluation culture and practices in Italy. It's the team of experts dedicated specifically for the educating about measurement of impact, and they provide guidance. We also have university course about measuring impact, and they could also go to some specific social enterprises or help some particular investors in the topics related to the impact measurement. So these are all of the policy measures that I wanted to present you today, and I hope that some of them might suggest that some ideas what measures could be useful and implemented in Lithuania. And to sum up, examples of other countries show that significant progress can be achieved only if with efficient public interventions and well-targeted public strategies. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Raimonda, for your presentation and what I think was an excellent overview of what's going on at a supranational European level with some really, really good case study examples. And I particularly like that model, which is around, the informing, the steering, ruling, and financing, and so on. I think that provides a very useful framework to think about how we can navigate our way through the development of social finance in Lithuania. And Elena, thank you for your presentation around the practical steps. So actually what's currently being done to look at the development of social finance in Lithuania. And as I've said, and Raimonda touched upon this, the distinction between social impact investing and the procurement or buying of outcomes and impacts, as opposed to social investment, which is really around a kind of a policy instrument or investing in an organization and its ability to continue delivering against its vision and maybe growing and scaling. And I think it's important that we recognize that the various actors from the supply side need to understand what their role is and what the opportunities are. And that's one of the things that through the social finance project, we're going to be looking at. And I often use the phrase, the right kind of money at the right time. And again, Raimonda in her presentation touched upon this, where she talked about perhaps, the role of municipalities and governments looking at perhaps grants on and maybe more around social investment, and they're looking at market and other market actors coming in and looking at social impact investing, for example. So that was a very useful kind of policy and kind of practical example of what's been going on. Very soon, I'd like to introduce my two panelists who will be joining Elena and Raimonda, who you already obviously met. And they're really going to be talking at things from a practitioner perspective. So we've talked about policy, we've talked about some practical work that's currently being done. So they're going to very much talk from their perspective as practitioners, actually actively involved in this particular space. And the first speaker that and just I'd like to say also, if you do have any questions for Raimonda and Elena, and of course the panel generally, and any comments as the conversation of the next 45 minutes unfolds, please just put them in the comment box at the bottom. And they'll be sent over to me, and then I'll be able to respond to them and also farm them out, field them to our panelists. So the first panelist I'd like to invite very soon is Thomas, and followed by Modestus. And if you could just say very quickly, a few words about yourselves, your interest and experience of social impact investing or social finance, and then we can get into the discussion. So Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, hi Phil.
Hi Thomas, how are you doing?
Thank you for inviting for this really important conference. I have really enjoyed Raimonda's presentation, because this is something what I have looked at, say, a year ago in the frame of my work for Stockholm School of Economics in Riga. We were analyzing how to enhance private capital supply from corporates for social impact investment in Lithuania, and we're comparing this to what actually Finland has done. And as Raimonda has confirmed, Finland is one of the leaders in Europe, in European Union, for developing social impact investment. I myself initially started my professional career in investment banking, M&As, IPOs in Central Eastern Europe. And for the last 6 years, I have been working with a few private equity funds here in the region. And I have looked into the social impact investment, say, more academically, but given my practical experience, that has allowed me to think about, capital and returns and what it needs or what it takes for those to be achieved while financing social causes in our country. So that's shortly about the introduction, maybe, Phil. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Thomas. And I know there are probably going to be some comments in the questions in the comments box. And I've got a few questions that obviously I'll be asking you throughout the discussion. Modestus, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this great event. So I will be representing this side of practitioner. I'm working in Lithuanian Food Bank for a bit more than 8 years already. And our food bank's mission is to recover food that would otherwise be destroyed or lost, and to redistribute that food to the people that are in need. each year we gather and redistribute something around 8,000 tons of food, and more than 5,000 tons of that food is this recovered food that would otherwise would be lost. And the value of our activities is a bit more than 13 million euros per year. And our annual budget is a bit more than 1 million euros. So from these numbers, you can see already that as an NGO in Lithuania, we're doing quite a big impact. And of course, to run those kind of big operations, we have, of course, a big job to find money to finance all of that. And of course, a bit more about me personally. I finished economics at Vilnius University, so it's really helpful when I'm listening to all you guys talk about these broader things. But as a representative of an NGO, I would say that also this practical point of view that each day in doing our work, we have to struggle to find finances and to diversify those from different sources. So it's really quite different worlds. And I would try to bridge the gap between those. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Modestas. And obviously we've got Elena and Raimonda as well, who will be on the panel with us. But Thomas, I just want to ask you a question. You've got an investment banking sort of background, working predominantly within the private sector. Why social finance, and social impact investing, and why now?
Yeah, well, if you look at the subject, then you'll see that it has been raising in importance and awareness of the private sector for the approximately last 10-15 years. It's been launched. I mean, of course, who pioneered in the area, this was United States. And when you think where it's going, so apparently it is going into some more developed financing and business structures. And in some day, it is going to gain a weight and is going to become an asset class for private investors. But for that, certain conditions need to be met. All points out that those conditions are being slowly but surely created, maybe not as fast as they could, maybe not as straightforward as it could, but it happens. And it is probably comparable with the developments around green economy ideas, what we, for example, see has happened in the green energy market, wind generation, solar generation. At some point in time, 10 years ago, this was purely government-sponsored and driven sectors, and now it is an asset class on its own and very powerful and driving combat with the climate change. So the same should be happening with the social impact investment on the social side. This will become a powerful instrument of basically creating and fueling the welfare state, the one that everybody is looking forward to create, especially in the Baltics and in Central Eastern Europe. So to put this long story short, it's not so distant time when capital returns can be made on significant amounts of investment while achieving social purposes.
Thank you. So really what you've described there is a shift over time towards green investing. 10, 15 years ago, it was probably seen as a little bit out there, not mainstream, but now for lots of different reasons, but not least climate change, it's becoming part of the mainstream. Lots of private individuals and institutions are now looking at this. And your hope and your expectation is that maybe social policy issues could be also addressed through these types of instruments. But just thinking about some of the social policy issues around, food and the environment, Modestas, what have been some of the challenges that that you've in your organization has experienced in being able to raise finance, get investment, and develop new products and new services?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, each year we manage to recover around 5,000 tons of food and deliver it to the people that are in need. But our estimation is that the potential of recovering food in Lithuania is at least 3 times more. And the biggest challenge basically is to raise enough funds to get that food and to properly redistribute it. So we are working in different areas to gain finances. I have some information about our previous year budget. Of course, if someone is interested in more numbers, we have in our webpage www.maistobankas.lt. We have our financial report. So if someone is interested, you can look it up. Last year we were able to cover our budget from public sector. It's 37%, from business 33%, from people that's who would donate directly, it's 17%. And from our own activities, which is like directly social business activities, it's 9%. So you can see it's quite diversified. And still the biggest sum is coming from the government sector. But those funds are quite hard to work with because of few reasons. First of all, strangely, but there's no direct funding for our main activity, that is recovery of food and distribution of the food. Even though this is one of the main agendas in social development goals, that there's social development goal 12.3, which says that we should have the food waste by 2030 by half. And our SDG goal number 2 is zero hunger. So this one helps us quite a bit, because in some municipalities we're able to get funding from municipalities to take care of the people who are in need, and it can come in various ways. So, for example, in Vilnius municipality, we're participating in Vilnius and in Klaipėdos municipality, we're participating in the public procurement competitions, competing in this free market. And if we're able to provide the best price, the municipality is buying from us portions of food that afterwards we would deliver to the people in need. So this is quite a successful case. But most of the time it's more like projects that are connected to different areas that are not directly our mission, but it helps to serve our mission. So, for example, investment in unemployment schemes from the government, that we are able to get and use those funds to hire people who would work in our new projects that we are developing, or we are testing some kind of ideas, or generally helping us out to drive the food from the supermarkets to the people that are in need, and to cover our ongoing costs. Or that there could be funding for volunteering projects that also would help us out to build up volunteer base that would serve our main mission. So this is the way how it goes, and it is manageable, but it causes this kind of effect that still we are lacking enough money to reach those 15,000 tons per year that would be able to feed much more people and to save much more food. That means to help environment and to reduce the waste and CO2 emissions. Yeah, and on this side of social entrepreneurship, we are also developing new projects and sometimes looking for investments for that. So, for example, we have in our in Vilnius department, we have not only the warehouse where the food is redistributed, but also we have a processing plant where we prepare food, and we prepared canned food, so extending the life of the products that would otherwise be wasted, and then redistributing that food to the people that are in need. So basically, it could be an idea, and we already are trying to get funding for that idea, that this food would not be delivered to the people that are in need, but it would be sold in a market, and in a way that we would lose a part of the food that would go to the people that are in need. But if we are able to earn much more money from that and reinvest it in our main activities, that is to cover more supermarkets, to have more distribution channels to the people, so this social enterprise scheme would bring much more benefits to our mission and to the whole country. Again, the problem is that we are not able to get this kind of direct investment from investor who would expect return in a capital form. First of all, as a charitable foundation, we are not able to pay dividends, and secondly, as a charitable foundation, we are not able to borrow. Legally, we are forbidden to borrow money, and again, this stops us from developing those kind of ideas. So we're doing it slowly by gathering different funding opportunities, and then maybe providing some services, as I mentioned, in this case for Vilnius municipality, that we prepare food in the same processing kitchen, and then we sell it to the municipality, and in this way we're feeding homeless people. So I hope that it's not complicated to hear how things are running, but basically you have to put a lot of thought to be able to run the operations in that kind of scale. And maybe one other thing that I would like to add is that we are a big charity organization, and I think that it helps us a lot that we are able to have big reach, big brand awareness, and people who are able to work and to look for those opportunities. But for a smaller social enterprise or smaller NGOs, those opportunities are quite even smaller in that sense. So clear ways for them to get funding or to provide services and earn money for that would be really helpful. Because at the end of the day, if the organization is quite small, most of the time they don't have enough resources to research, to invest in lobbying, talking with different people, and getting those funds that they would use to reach their mission.
Thank you for that, and this is why I was quite keen to have you on today, Modestas, to share your experiences, and what you've described is some innovation and different approaches and a diversification of income generation, which hopefully contributes to Meister Bank as being more resilient and sustainable as an organization. And I was quite surprised to hear that that you are, as a structure, does not permit you to issue dividends or to be able to take on debt. So that's quite interesting. And you touched upon the SDGs, and previous speakers earlier on today talked about SDGs. So these are sustainable development goals established by the United Nations, which you're working towards: zero food waste and zero hunger. we've touched upon kind of environment and food and other and sort of hunger as well as being a policy issue. And I want to just put this question to Elena, if she's still available, in terms of what opportunities do you see for growth for social finance? What other sector areas do you see, Elena, for social finance to be exploited by particularly maybe startup organizations?
Thanks, Phil, for the question. I totally agree with Modesta. So this focus on meeting specific SDGs is quite important, and it's important to communicate that as well. And there are many other opportunities to address other SDGs as well. And specifically, I think a crisis situation like COVID-19, for example, brings unique opportunities for social entrepreneurs. So they are a little bit like heroes in disguise, basically here, because while the governments are addressing the crisis at a larger scale with, let's say, emergency fund and so on, but we see a plethora of different social issues that emerged on the back of the crisis. So we're talking about remote education, we're talking about psychological well-being and mental health, retraining for a new trade, and so on. So all of these are social issues that are underserved, basically. They're underserved needs of the population that just came as a ripple effect from the bigger crisis, from the pandemic. And these are unique opportunities for social entrepreneurs to tackle, basically, and they have the capacity to do so. So whether we're talking about platforms that address mental health or provide psychological counsel, or retrain people into a new trade to help them develop new skills for a new career if as a result from the pandemic they lost their current job and so on. So I think there are different opportunities that social entrepreneurs can tap into, and unfortunately, obviously, the setup is not very positive because there is a crisis out there. But usually in such a crisis, you see a wide range of different dormant issues that were not addressed before, and that are much more evident right now that they need to be addressed. I don't know if that answers the question, Phil, but it's just what I see as an opportunity for social enterprises to tackle.
Yeah, absolutely does, and you know we've obviously got Modestas talking about his experiences at Meister Bankers, and you're saying actually because of things like COVID and the coronavirus crisis and mental health problems, for example, as being maybe emergent areas, possibly EdTech, education technology. So no, absolutely answered my question. And I've actually just got a question here for Modestas, which I'll come back to very, very soon, because I want to ask Raimonda, you talked about steering, ruling, financing and informing. And I wonder if you had to pick one of those is the main thing that we should be focusing on in Lithuania, what that might be, because then that will hopefully lead us neatly into Thomas, because I think Thomas has a perspective on where he thinks the emphasis should be in terms of that approach. So Raimonda, what do you think should be the priority out of steering, ruling, financing, informing as kind of policy tools to try to get things moving here in Lithuania?
Yes, thank you for the question. And the answer is quite straightforward based on the examples from our countries. That in the beginning, it's really important to focus on the steering, because our other actions would not be as effective or would be as efficient if we do not have clear strategy and if we do not have organizations that are responsible for the development of social business, for social impact investment market. And as I already mentioned in my presentation, it seems that countries that achieved quite significant progress in a relatively short time, everything started from steering. That governments, for example, claim that from now on, social business will be one of the main priorities of our countries. Or from now on, this organization will be responsible for it, and we will establish National Advisory Board. So it's the first step, which is especially important in the beginning where Lithuania is.
Thank you for that. And Thomas, I think you also have a perspective on this. Can't hear you, Thomas.
Sorry, I would clearly agree about steering, and in my view, the government is it has to be, the change has to be government driven, as has been in, at least in the Baltics and Central Eastern Europe, any change to creating a new market, especially if we take again the same renewables, or we look into the private equity market even. So the private equity market, as we remember, say a bit more than 10 years ago, has developed in the Baltics due to EU and government initiatives to fund the private equity funds. So same is here. I think it cannot be emphasized enough that policies that lead to creation of the social impact investment market needs to be put in place. And we don't have to look very far for the examples. I mean, literally, we have a neighbor next door who has done it so successfully, being Finland. And I had the chance of looking at comparing basically the social impact investment policy maps of Lithuania and Finland while working on this topic together with my partners, Marius Vasiliauskas. And I would like to share with you my screen just to show how those policies compare. And could the host please enable me sharing the screen? So I can't share the screen for some reasons.
Okay.
But okay, if that is technical issue, I probably will say that Lithuania, out of say four policies that are under OECD categorization as steer, Lithuania has none, basically none policy, or at least none policy was a year ago in place. And this is remarkable because Finland had all four, which is internal government consultation, national strategy for impact investing, stakeholder partnerships, and formalized function. So there has to be an institution perhaps responsible for this, and yeah, why not to ask for help to import some experience from Finland, which has done it so successfully. And then there is going to be change in the rule and finance. And in the finance section, I really liked very much the social impact bond instrument, which is a very good instrument for financing, for result outcome financing. And outcome financing enables investors to get return from results other than just financial. So outcome financing helps investors to get paid for efficiently doing the social or achieving the social goals, or entrepreneurs for achieving the social goals, and investors for financing those entrepreneurs, so to say. So I think that's the biggest challenge, really, to repeat it, is to perhaps establish the steer function properly and start doing it expediently. We have all the preconditions in place. We've done this kind of changes in the country many previous times. You name it, again, the same energy, green energy, private equity market, financial markets regulations, all the success stories that can be again repeated in the social impact investment area.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Thomas. And sorry, we had that technical issue with sharing your screen. I've got the question here for Modestas. In terms of the challenge you had around getting investment, the question here was, what motivates private sector investors, funders, to invest in Meisterbankers if they cannot receive dividends? So has that been a problem, and how have you been able to overcome that?
Yes, so firstly, I have to tell that what Elena said was really true, that COVID crisis was also an opportunity to provide more services and to help more people, but also it provided additional visibility, not only for our organization, but for others as well. And the donations last year, they truly increased. So it helped a lot for people in business just to understand that that they have to share with others who are helping to alleviate the problems that the pandemic caused. And part of that funding was given to us, but it's when we reach out to the private sector, we of course provide information about how what we do and what kind of impact their donation would provide. But basically, it is still more as a donation rather than investment. And it is most of the time received as a request for donation rather than request for investment. And this is, I think, problem. This problem of this point of view is from both sides, from our side and from the side of the businesses. Because if I'm doing a cold calling and calling to some kind of company and talking about what we're doing and asking to bring some funds to our activities, they always direct me to the marketing manager who has some kind of fund for giving to NGOs, and this is the part, really small part of the money that the company can spare is being divided between us and other charities. So this is, I think, the problem in this kind of sense. But internally we understand that we have to shift from this kind of we just charity and please give us some money to we're a really capable partner of providing really good service and creating social value and environmental value if you invest in us. So we're doing this, but still there's a long way to go if we talk about funding. But we already can say that we already done this job when we talk about donations of food. So if you would talk with us some 5 or 3 years ago, when we were talking about food donations, it was more about like marketing and companies wanting to participate in some good cause and giving some food and receiving some benefits from that. But right now when we talk with companies about food donations, most of the time we are talking with the people who are in charge in their waste streams and who are interested in reducing waste. And this is what we do. We provide a service for companies to reduce their food waste in the best way possible, that is recovering that food and redistributing to the people that are in need. And again, when we talk about that, we also talk about the cost of the service, because on the other side, if they would just use the traditional method and ask a company who would then use this food to destroy it properly or to create some energy from that, they would pay money for those companies as well. So in that case, we are providing a solution for the food companies to reduce their food waste, and asking in return to cover our costs in doing so. So this is the way how things are shifting, but it is shifting really slowly. And I have to stress again, this shift should take place in our minds as people who are working in our organization, but as well it should be the same as in the potential donors or potential investors.
Thank you, Modestus. And I see you have a little furry friend who's probably trying to get into shot there. So what you've described is actually quite a sophisticated approach to explaining the value and the difference that you're making as an organization. And I think that also to a certain extent, the challenge that you're faced with is when you do talk to people around what you're doing, they see that as an opportunity for donation-based activity rather than investment. I just want to put this question to Elena, which is who has a communications background and is doing some work at Catalysta around, you know, what we call the triple top line and how you can effectively communicate, you know, your social, economic, and environmental impacts. How would you describe, or how would you go about, or how would you say is the best way to explain, you know, social enterprises and the benefit of social finance, Elena?
Yeah, I think Modestas actually nailed the answer to this question, Phil, because when he was talking about showing not just the impact that they're having as an organization delivering on their mission, but also showing the impact and their financial standing and their financial resilience, and framing that story as well. And to be honest, whenever we're talking about communication, we're talking about storytelling, and social enterprises are in a unique position here because their mission is their story. So it's not very difficult to actually communicate that, but it is more challenging to communicate the other side of the story, right? Because you're not only talking to, let's say, customers out there, you're also talking to investors, you're also talking to your own employees and to the beneficiaries of your service, not just your direct customers. So how do you frame this story for these particular audiences? And I think you're right. There is this basically stigma around social enterprises that they are focusing too much on their social mission and not so much on their financial standing or their financial resilience. And I think any communication activity is a good opportunity to exercise that muscle, basically, and to talk to remove some of that stigma around this perception and to talk more about financial resilience. And why is it so? Because if you want to be financially in good standing and you want to be able to talk about this and be perceived so, because that just helps you to deliver on your social mission on a long term consistently, instead of, you know, just donation based or grant based or something like that. So you're actually able to provide that you're doing your activity or you're delivering on your mission on the long term. And that's a good thing. So I think it's important to communicate that message, because that also increases your chances to hire better talent in your organization. It also increases chances that you're viewed more favorably from investor side, and also that you build credibility in the market. So it brings a lot of benefits, and it also allows or gives permission to other social enterprises to do the same, to remove that stigma around aiming for profitability as a social enterprise. So I think basically what I wanted to say is I definitely agree with Modestas. It's quite important to talk about all the aspects of the organization and how you're delivering value, not just on your mission, but also how what your financial standing is, so that you can build credibility, so that you can shift this conversation from let's talk about donation from a marketing budget to more let's talk about an investment budget, actually, because that makes sense also financially for the investor. And that is a new and diversified way of investing. Just like previously, you know, investors would be skeptical about investing in green energy, and now it's a separate, basically, asset class, and it's totally normalized. So I think the more that is included in the story and in the communication, the more the discussion around this financial standing is also normalized, and the higher the chance that social investment becomes a standard, basically, just like any other traditional investment that is out there.
Thank you, Elena. And Thomas, I wonder, what do you think about that particular question in terms of how best to communicate, you know, social enterprise and social impact investing to, you know, to investors coming from across, you know, from the private sector?
Well, I guess this so to say, this will come naturally as soon as there is more more system in place. So as soon as the government puts more emphasis on creating the national policy, I think the communication will come along with it. So this should be part of the policy, the communication. On the other hand, those which are involved with financing initiatives like Maisto Bankas, they're pretty aware of what the instruments and what the incentives are. So this is, but of course they are focusing their efforts on more known enterprises rather than on new initiatives. So it may be, you know, if you look from the perspective of a social enterprise, the communication should be not so much different than that if you are starting a normal business.
So, the point, so being that you identified a problem or an issue, and that you are communicating that effectively to the market and to the investors, so that they understand the benefit that they're getting from investing in you.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Raimonda, I having worked across kind of a European level in your research, could you give one kind of example of a country where we should really be looking towards that have kind of cracked this? I think you touched upon this in your presentation, but briefly, what makes that unique and interesting? What are some of the key learnings you think that we could take from this?
Yes, I think that there are some countries that we can learn from, and it's really important not to reinvent the wheel. And there is one theory, I think it's called something like late enterers theory or everything, where they present the idea that if you are entering the scene quite late, you can already take a big leap and achieve significant progress. So we can implement it as our advantage. And about specific countries, usually there are some countries that are described as leaders in Europe. It's Italy, it's United Kingdom, and France and Germany. But there are probably two cases that could be the most interesting for us. It's Finland, that was already discussed by Thomas and slightly touched in my presentation. And also it's Portugal, because it's kind of interesting case because their economy is not so different compared to ours. The size of the country is also not so different. And they achieved really significant progress in really short time, as I already mentioned. They just decided that it will be their focus, and they merged forces, and in 6 years, the difference was really significant. And the good thing, probably the main good thing, what we can take from them, it's that the development of a market moved with a really clear direction. They had the blueprint and they are following. So for example, while developing the laws and rules, they are trying to adjust that to their general guidelines and strategy. So two countries, Portugal and Finland.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. So we're just in the last few minutes of our particular panel, and I'm just going to ask our panelists one question, and it's up to them how they want to answer it, but hopefully we can leave it on a positive note. And that is, for Lithuania, what do you see as the biggest barrier or challenge, or what is the biggest opportunity for the development of social finance in Lithuania? So Raimonda, I'd like to start with you. The biggest barrier or challenge, or the greatest opportunity for the development of social finance?
Okay, I already mentioned the biggest barrier related to steering, so I will focus right now on the biggest opportunity. One of the biggest opportunities is using European funds to develop the market, because everyone emphasized that it's quite a great opportunity for it. And right now we are distributing them as grants mostly. And while we are still receiving quite significant funds from the European Union, it's quite a good area for experimenting and developing the market. So the opportunity is here.
Thank you very much. And Modestas, the same question to you in terms of what do you see as the biggest barrier or challenge, or the greatest opportunity for the development of social finance?
Yeah, so I think that we're on a good track in learning from others and developing systems. Honestly, I think that in Lithuania we're really good at this planning stage, but implementing is trickiest part, I think, and this is really important to work on the middle level, on the municipality level, on the connections between those people who will do things and social enterprises that would be able to benefit from that. So I think that this part is the most challenging, and I hope that we will be successful and we will use this tools basically to help all the causes that is needed to be done.
Thank you very much, Modestas. And Thomas, the same question to you.
Thank you. I would maybe name two things. One is, again, establish a policy steering process, basically to put a government institution for the policy in charge for policy steering, and that would very much go hand in hand with the government's welfare state agenda, so that coherent policies can be created. So this cannot be emphasized enough. But the second thing is, I see an opportunity in providing the social entrepreneurs with more business administration skills. So enabling the social entrepreneurs, creating more sustainable business and think about them as organizations, as business organizations. And this can be as well, as Raimonda said, EU money could be used as well for this capacity building. So two things: one is the policy, and the other is capacity building. And these are big opportunities that could be addressed very efficiently, be it political will and focus.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Thomas. And Elena, the same question to you.
I will second with Thomas on the second point, basically about building capacity. So that is pretty much also the focus that we have in Catalysta Ventures, that we're supporting startups that have a sustainability focus, and I think that is very fitting in here as well. There are many opportunities to become investment ready and to develop a business model and scale and get new clients and so on for traditional startups. And I think it's important to bridge that gap with the social enterprises as well, and to provide them with the same kind of opportunities. So there are different, hackathons, mentorship programs, incubators, accelerators for traditional startups. So I think a great opportunity would be to have the same capacity building mechanisms basically for social enterprises as well, to help them accelerate as well, and to help them to scale their impact that they're having.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Elena. And thank you very much to all of our panelists, to Elena, to Raimonda, to Thomas, and to Modestas for your contributions this afternoon. I've really appreciated your efforts, and I really enjoyed speaking to all four of you, and I look forward to catching up with you at some point in the future. So we're going to be closing our session today for the social finance, and I'm going to hand over to Monica, who will do will say some final words, and then I think it'll be back to me to say some final words. Monica, over to you.
Of course. Tai labai jums ačiū už produktyvią dieną. Forumas atėjo į pabaigą. Labai noriu padėkoti renginio pranešėjams, kurie iš tikrųjų mums šiandieną padėjo sukurti, tikimės, labai kokybišką turinį. Labai noriu padėkoti jums, renginio dalyviai. Labai tikiuosi, kad turinys pateisino lūkesčius. Ką galime tikrai pažadėti, kad forumo pagrindinės įžvalgas apibendrinsime ir mėnesio bėgyje pasidalinsime, kaip kad šis įrašas, kurį šiandieną stebėjote, ir jeigu galbūt kažkurios dalies pamatyti nespėjote, tikrai bus pasiekiamas, naudojantis tą pačią nuorodą. Galbūt norėtųsi išskirti porą pagrindinių minčių, kalbant apie sesijas, tai pradedant nuo pirmosios socialinio verslo teisinio reguliavimo, tai ką tikrai dar kartą supratom ir pasitvirtinom, kad ne tik mums kyla daug iššūkių siekiant apibrėžti socialinio verslo savoką, kuri savaime yra inovatyvi, ar ne, kitos valstybės taip pat ne ką mažiau tai mato, ar ne, nes netgi tuo atveju, kada pavyksta apibrėžti pačią savoką, nutinka taip, kad nebūtinai visi veikiantys socialiniai verslai ir visi de facto socialiniai verslai po tą savoką patenka. Bet man labai patiko Ingos mintis sesijos metu, kad, na, matyt pati diskusija ties socialinio verslo apibrėžimu, kuri vyksta pas mus taip jau labai ilgai, padeda išgryninti pačią viziją, koks socialinis verslas Lietuvoje yra ir kokį mes jį iš tikrųjų norime matyti. Kalbant apie paslaugų perdavimo sesiją, tai tik labai norisi pasidžiaugti, kad iš tikrųjų tiek Klaipėdos miesto savivaldybė, tiek savivaldybės Lietuvoje tampa vis atviresnės. Ir tikrai, ką ir sesijos metu pasakė Deividas, ką neretai tenka girdėti iš kitų savivaldybių, ar ne, kad mes norim perduoti paslaugas, mums reikia socialinių partnerių, kurie norėtų jas perimti ir teikti, tad jei vykdote veiklą, ar ne, apie tai reikia kalbėti, galbūt galima nusiųsti pasiūlymus, ar ne, kurie vėlgi kartais gali išsivystyti į gražią ilgalaikę partnerystę. Ką dar buvo labai smagu girdėti iš savivaldybės, kad poveikio matavimas tampa viena iš svarbių dalių, nebūtinai visais atvejais įgyvendinama, bet tiesiog matomas kaip prioritetas, ar ne, ir vėlgi mąstant paslaugų perdavimo kontekste, kas yra labai svarbu, kad ne tik pasikeistų paslaugų tiekėjas kartais arba atsirastų naujas paslaugų tiekėjas, bet iš tikrųjų būtų vertinama, kaip keičiasi pati situacija ir ar pavyksta spręsti ilgalaikius iššūkius ir problemas. Į ką taip pat yra labai svarbu atkreipti dėmesį, kad Lietuvoje mes turim tikrai labai nemažai sukurtų įrankių, kuriais galima naudotis perduodant viešasias paslaugas, socialinės paslaugas, kultūrinės paslaugas ir kitas, bet tikrai toli gražu ne visą laiką juos įsigaliname, dėl to vėlgi labai reikia dalintis skirtingomis praktikomis ir patirtimis, ar ne, tam, kad kuo daugiau ir galbūt netgi lankstesnių formų galėtumėm atrasti, kurios iš tikrųjų padėtų kurtis socialiniams inovacijoms. Taip pat ne ką mažiau smagu buvo išgirsti vyriausybės įsipareigojimą, ar ne, kad vyriausybė mato paslaugų perdavimą kaip vieną iš prioritetinių laukų ir kad ministrė pirmininkė kartu su patarėjų komanda tiesiogiai imsi šio klausimo. Tad manau, po kiek metų tikrai galėsime vertinti rezultatus ir galiausia visi diskusijos dalyviai akcentavo, kad norint, kad įvyktų paslaugų perdavimas, reikia labai glaudaus visų suinteresuotų pusių bendradarbiavimo. Tai tiek socialinių partnerių, tiek savivaldybės, tiek neretai ir nacionalinės politikos įgyvendintojų. Phil, may you wrap up the third session?
Thank you. Yes, the third session was on social impact, led by Ligita, and it was a very interesting conversation with our contributors and speakers. And several kind of key things that came out for me was that there are no, based on experiences of the speakers, there are no standardized sort of frameworks that governments are using to measure social impact or social value. There are ESG type frameworks, environmental social governance and auditing frameworks, but they tend to be for very large multinational publicly listed corporations. At an SME or social enterprise level,
listed corporations, and there was very little in this the standardized frameworks.
Don't standardize indicators, but just standardize the principles and the methods. So Jan talked about the theory of change as a standardized model that could be used, and also the social SVI principles, the 7 principles around social value impact measurement. So there are principles that they should be standardized and should be adopted, but really not about standardizing the indicators. And what came out of the session for me was also around organizations need to build capacity, systems and procedures. And that will need to be funded. They would need to be supported to do that. And clearly, I think there's a role there for intermediaries and support organizations to provide that support. Shall I wrap up on the social finance bit as well? So we had two very good speakers in Elena and Raimonda. Elena talked about the social finance project that's been led by 70 Ventures and Catalyst Ventures and supported by ESFA, the European Social Fund Agency in Lithuania, Enterprise Lithuania, and the Nordic Council of Ministers office here in Lithuania. And there are a wider range of stakeholders, including not least Enviavilis and Gerinori. So very, very key stakeholders to making this piece of work happening. And the work itself is looking at both the demand side for social finance, so organizations and social entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs with purpose looking for investment, and also on the supply side, so institutions, foundations, agencies, ministries, ministries and international organizations looking at providing social finance and social impact investment into social enterprises. And then there will be some work around supporting impact intermediaries to provide that support. Raimonda talked, I think, excellently in a great detail on the work that she's done around social impact investing, and these kind of really good case study examples, which she highlighted and repeated, which is around looking at what's gone on in Finland, but also looking at what's gone on in Portugal and the progress that they're able to make over a relatively short period of time. And these sort of four main policy instruments that could be adopted at national level, which is around steering, ruling, financing and informing, and the role of government really in enabling this to happen. And I think Thomas was also emphatic in underlining the need for a national strategy and the need for a national agency or an organization tasked with or supporting in the steering work to help coordinate the activity. And I think Raimonda would agree that once this starts to happen, a lot of things will flow from there. And then Modestas, I think, gave a very personal and clear example of an excellent charity organization that has a diversified portfolio of income from donations and contracts for services, but also social enterprise activities, and the challenges that they faced as well in terms of being able to secure investment because of some of the barriers or the limitations of their particular structure that does not enable them to take on debt or issue any kind of equity. So I would just like to say thank you again to those speakers and our panelists for the social finance session. Monica, I think over to you. I've done my wrap up.
Taip, tai galų galiausia ir paskutinė dalis.
Lastly, the last actually part, would like to thank all the organizers, obviously Lietuva, ODDs, Lithuanian Association of Lithuanian Social Enterprise, all the other, just Ausra and Monica and the others, and thank the Minister of Economy and Innovations. Thank you so much for your participation, for your dedication, for your commitment to social enterprise, and I hope to see you next year as well. Thank you once again.
Monica, and I also would like to say to our English speakers, a big thank you to our organizers and partners, Enterprise Lithuania, Enviavilis, Catalyst Ventures, Gerinori LT, the Lithuanian Social Enterprise Association, and our partners include the Ministry of Social Security and Labour, and of course, Permas Blinas. Thank you very much, the team here, for hosting us and looking after us. Well, from my side, this is a big thank you to the team, the technical team, our speakers, to Monica as well, who's been with me now for 8 years on this journey for the Social Enterprise Summit. So it's been a pleasure again working with you, Monica, and hopefully next year we may be able to have a face-to-face event. Thank you.